Okay, ready?
Yes.
Okay, morning everybody, and welcome to our workshop, and a especially grand welcome to Nigel Escalada. Now, you got to understand that he sits there kind of quiet and humble and so, but he's a highly respected global facilitator for UNESCO, and it's a kind of honor and a great pleasure for us to have him here with us. And the kind of person he is, you know, we were planning this in the height of COVID and there was no flight. And he says, I'm coming even if I have to walk. And when he arrived yesterday, he was limping a little, so I figured that's how he made it. But he's okay now, you know, Grenada cured him. So we're all set to go. For housekeeping matters now, there's some refreshments there. Please, you know, sometimes you have to travel to get here. The first thing you need is a shot of coffee. Just help yourself and bring it to the table. We will have occasional breaks during the morning to stretch your legs, and there'll be some, again, refreshments there. Lunch is at 1:30, so it's a long morning. And what we were trying to do was get through our timetable and our agenda before lunch, so that after lunch you can just stop and reflect and relax and chat to each other and maybe exchange a few ideas and so. Okay, so we're pushing to get through in the morning. And of course, the next housekeeping matter is for you all to say who you are in like 10 seconds. Each person just call your name and what organization you represent, and so that we can get to know each other. There are no name tags that you can see. Okay, so starting with the lady on my left, if you can just say who you are, which organization you're from, so the rest of us can know.
And I'm from the
Next.
everyone, Ministry of Tourism.
Sedu.
Repeat one more time. Brenda, what committee?
Corps of Improvement.
Morning, also prepared for
I'm the parent in the house. I have things are good. Oh, creative women account, but under the umbrella of people are
teacher of private school.
Dexter Miller, Ministry of Caribbean Marketing. Yes, representing the community of Grenada.
Wow.
Gloria Bonaparte, I am from Goa. Representing, I'm not too sure, maybe Grace Lutheran, working along with Grace Lutheran pastor.
All right, Peter Antoine, Institute of People's Enlightenment and Support of the World.
All right. Good. Well, I think I should introduce myself. Darrell Brathwaite, Grenada National Trust. Yes, yes.
Adriana Rojas, for those who are being contacted, it's a pleasure for me to meet you in person. Thank you for making it possible. We are here because of you. So let's take advantage of it. And of course, by having here the opportunity to have Mr. Escalada, let's squish him in terms of gaining as much as we can. So
No squishing, no squishing.
So we have this lesson opportunity here. So thank you for
Right, good morning, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today with you. I know it was my pleasure indeed to have joined you in the first instance a few weeks ago online. It was a different view, of course. I was looking at various screens and seeing Daryl most at the time, and Ezra and Adriana, and then I know some of you were in the room, and I wish that I could have seen you in person, but we're here today. I want to ask you apologies. My intention is maybe actually to take off the mask, but I traveled and I was in transit, lots of crowds, and so while I'm fully vaccinated, I just want to make sure as much as possible that I'm not bringing COVID to you, at least in the first couple of days, right? So, but occasionally I might take it off if I'm social distance and so on, but I apologize for that. And if you don't understand when I speak, please stop me, and so I could repeat what it is that I've said. But it is my pleasure to be here with you. I know we went through the introductions very quickly. Daryl was, because we're behind schedule already, Daryl was asked you to introduce yourselves in 10 seconds, but during the course of the week, actually, because of the nature of the project, we'll be getting to know each other a little bit more closely. And for the purpose of what we are calling community-based inventory. So my name is Nigel Encalada. I think I said that. You notice Daryl called me ensalada, right? Which means salad in Spanish. Oh boy, it's Daryl is out there. But don't worry, I've been called enchiladas too. Enchiladas, so I'm associated with food apparently. Right? But it's a Spanish word, Spanish name. But there's an indigenous Maya root. It is the word cal. Cal is C-A-L, which is the root of my name. It means the person who does the plastering, right? You know, when you're finishing a house, that's the person that does that, no? So that's the meaning that I go with, not the food side of it. But it is my pleasure to be here this morning, and on the screen you will see our agenda for the week. Is going to be a highly interactive week. I hope you brought your tennis shoes and your jeans and your relaxed slippers and so on, because as persons from the communities, you will be interacting in the communities in a new way. Maybe not a new way for some of you. So I understand we have journalists in the room and so on, and teachers, so you certainly interact in your communities already in an intimate way. But certainly you will be doing it in a way for the purpose of what is called the inventorying phase of this Proud of My Heritage project that Adriana and Daryl conceived maybe 2 years ago. I remember when the discussion started about the project, but COVID had slowed that process down. And so what it is today, why you're here and why you have agreed to come, is because you will become the trainers of other persons in the community on this process of community-based inventory. And so what that is, and I will talk about it a little bit more. So again, just as a reminder, sort of refresher for those of you who were not in the first workshop, what it is that one of the, Grenada has ratified the 2003 UNESCO Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. It's one of the few countries in the Caribbean that's now proactively pursuing the implementation of the convention. And one of the obligations of the convention is that the country produces an inventory of its living heritage, of its intangible cultural heritage, for the purpose of safeguarding that heritage. We know, as people from the Caribbean, we and people who are involved in culture, we already understand that culture is what drives development. We understand that innately. We understand that. Sometimes the higher ups don't, but certainly we do. Because there's nothing that comes that manifests itself in reality that doesn't come from the creativity of individuals. Think about that. A teacher is a teacher because the teacher is born with certain skills, will have developed certain skills that come from their own socialization and other factors. A drummer is a drummer because that person has learned that skill, variety of processes, perhaps from their parents or other elders in the community, and that drives development as well. It is this intangible side of human existence, right? That make us more, what you call it, make us more superior to any other humans, to any other animal species. And this is the music side of things, you know. And there are many manifestations, and this is what we'll be looking to document for the purpose of safeguarding, because cultures, cultural practices, and languages around the world are at risk, right? There are languages, for example, that are dying every 2 weeks. A language is disappearing. You have sometimes just one speaker of a language left in the world, right? And even a thing, interesting thing, even our own patois or Creole, as we call it, even we don't even think of it as a language. But think of it. Would you be able to give the jokes and tell the stories? You're picturing it already, right?
I was thinking about it a couple nights ago.
Yes. It's even funny to try and tell a joke that it's best told in patois, in English. Anybody want to try that? Anybody want to experiment with that? We'll end up laughing at you more than the joke. Right? Good morning, good morning. Go ahead and take a seat. Sure. Is there anyone who just walked in that didn't get a chance to introduce themselves? You're on the spot already.
That would be me. My name is Eugenia O'Neill. I moved to the Grenada National Trust, and I also have research into various cultural practices.
Okay, good, welcome.
My name is JD Alad. I'm a student. Get some information about the data. I was interested because we already have much information out there.
Good. One of the things I'm pleased to see is that most of us are youth in the room, no? Some of us are younger than others, like Norris and myself.
Yes.
Right? But certainly welcome to all the youth. So why it's important to have a multi-generational room is because that's how knowledge gets transmitted, no? That's that intergenerational transference of living heritage from our grandparents to our parents and to us. One of the things that interestingly I've noticed, I could be wrong, you can tell me. Sometimes knowledge skips a generation. So like the grandparent will know something, but the parent doesn't know. But who ends up knowing is the grandchild. But I think that's because in the Caribbean, the grandchildren end up spending a lot of time with the grandparents. And so the child can't ask mom and dad about certain things. I don't know about that, you know. Go ask your granny, go ask your grandfather. And interesting thing, no? But eventually what happens is that the parents become grandparents. So they too have a time where their knowledge that's acquired over life gets transferred. So it's a beautiful cycle, no? So if we move on for today's, we'll ask Adriana to give us an update on the project, Proud of My Heritage, and then we'll continue with these proceedings. Adriana?
Let me share my screen. Just a few minutes. I don't know if there's. I'm gonna share it there once Mr. Braffett allowed me. Just 1 second. Okay. Are you seeing it? Hmm,
Yeah.
not yet.
Yes.
Well, I'm seeing it here on Zoom.
Okay, I think I know what the issue is.
Uh-huh.
You're sharing on Zoom, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So you are not on Zoom.
I'm not on Zoom.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. So give me 1 minute. Can I share with you and then you can post it? Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sure.
Just 1 second. I thought that. Okay. So let me go to my email. I thought that, okay, I got it. Nigel, just 1 second. Invitation. Okay. So send it to you just right away. You should have it in there.
It's disappeared.
Perfect.
That's it.
I need use the phones. So the phones, the microphone. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So
Are you able to see the screen?
yes, if somebody else has please can you mute no? That's it. Okay. Now we're ready. Thank you for your patience. So as we can see, we are ready, or we almost done with the first phase, which was the first UNESCO ICH workshop, the previous one, like 1 month ago, in tangible cultural heritage, raising awareness. It was more about the convention and what is expected from UNESCO to be implemented by us as a state party in order to fulfill the requirements and all the ratified that has been ratified in the convention. So we are now in the second phase, 2A. When we see the phases, even though that we can imagine, or we can think about that they're separate phases. All the phases are cross-cutting. So you will see that certain activities will happen at the same time. But for our purpose, in terms of being here, we are now in the phase 2A, community-based inventory, a workshop in research and inventory skills in Grenada. So that's the reason that Mr. Encalada is here. And what you can see in the timetable, we are here in the second, when you see the blue block, this is in March, we already purchased some equipment that tomorrow we're gonna explain you. These are our smart devices. Tomorrow, a technician will come together with Nigel and myself, explain you how you will use these tools, I mean, this equipment, in order to conduct the inventory field work. So we have a good opportunity, or we have that opportunity this Thursday in order to have those equipments. That doesn't mean if you have your own smartphone and you want to use it, yes. But we prefer this because these phones are already set up in a way that it will go directly, the information or the photos or the video go directly to our Dropbox file. So for us, it will be easier to compile the information. So this is a pilot exercise. So anything, you know, if we were learning from the experience, and if it's something that have to be fixed, then we are able to do it before the real ICH fieldwork happen, which we have a long time frame between July and September of this year. But we will get there. So now we have between February and March, recruiting 25 local stakeholders to attend to the pilot inventory workshop. So most of the participants here and also from Zoom were selected because most of you, like 90%, were in the first workshop. For those who are new, we just welcoming you and we decide you to invite you to be here because we believe that because your specific role and what are you currently doing and what are your motivation and your skills and of course because you have expressed your intention to be part of that, then we think that we have a good team and to work through all this upcoming month in different activities. But in terms of workshop, will be the second one for you. Then it will be tomorrow a fusion with this this technician is coming, but then there's a third workshop that is specific for teachers. So that's important to know. So those persons who are here, who are teachers, educators, or related to formal and no formal education, please let us know if there's not, clear and the participation list. So you can come back to us because you have the potential to be invited to the third workshop. And that will happen in July in at Grace Lutheran School, because that will be specifically only for teachers. And why are we saying that? Because even though that you are here and you will be the training of the trainers, your function will be different in terms of the public that you will be working with. It will be mainly students and children's and their parents and their school community. So there's a specific information for you in that workshop and a specific approach that is more implementing that curriculum design of that Heritage Resort Guide for schools. So then we have reserved the venue, which we are here, and then we have conducting these 5 days, this workshop with one day that will be hands-on, which is this Thursday, and we'll be explaining further what will be the details and how will be organized. And then at the end, there's an external auditor. I don't know if she's here on Zoom, but she's evaluating this workshop, and as well, we will spread the last day or the previous day before this workshops ends. We will be spreading the same evaluation form, and because for us it's important your feedback. So these two phase 2B, I'm mentioning because it says community-based inventory training in computer skills. That's the training tomorrow. So it's not a day itself. It's just 1 hour or maximum 2 hours. That I don't think that it will stand too much. So that 2B phase is incorporated, or it will be together with this same week training. So this person is coming tomorrow with us. It will be sharing his knowledge. And if you have any, of course, any dope how to use a smartphone, this will be the momentum tomorrow. To clarify that information about DOPS. And then of course the phase 2C, that will be, that's already happening, as I mentioned you before. There are different phases already happening there. So Grace Lutheran is already working with a heritage committee in education and led by Pastor Eve Mayer and Miss Gloria Bonaparte, which she's with us, who are already doing that curriculum, and that's in the process of being drafted. And when it's ready, then this heritage committee for education program, then we'll review it. So after that, we are printing like 30 or 40 copies of it. And this will be the first draft, but then this is an evolving and an ongoing process in terms of we are putting just the baseline for that resource guide, but that doesn't mean that we're gonna modify it or improve it based on the information that we will gather later on that ICH inventory exercise when it really happens, which is in between July and September. So this is more the 2C. I will stop here because the 2C is more in July. This is the third workshop for teachers. And what is happening right now to see, yes. Do you want me to go through or just here? So the fourth phase, which is at the very end, which is happening or start happening right now, is more about the Proud of My Heritage media campaign, which is the objective 3, that we are launching and publishing everything, promoting everything that we're doing, not only in the workshops and the upcoming activities. When you will be conducting those inventory field work, you probably you have journalists around you, and this is important because it's important to people around the communities and the community leaders to be recognized. Of course, with that consent, and then Mr. Encalada will tell more about that. We need their consent in order to be interviewed and approached for this matter. So you will see it, the promotion, the design of distribution of calendars with the material that we gather in those fieldworks. Here at Theater event, which will happen in February next year, the photo contest, and again, the evaluation. So this is most likely what is coming, but you will be informed as you are part of our team. You will be constantly receiving information of what's coming next, and it's part of the material that we already sent with this invitation for today, that you will see what will be the upcoming activities. So thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. So what you see is that we have an exciting project lined up for you. You notice one of the things I wanted to emphasize was that while Adriana said that the next workshop is for teachers, I don't want you to think, my colleagues from tourism, that you won't be involved, because one of the reasons the training is happening is that going forward, you will be involved in the broader community inventory, you know? So one of the areas that you decided to focus on in this field was to reach the schools and the students, which is critical. It's seen as an important step, no? Reaching the youth and their involvement in cultural awareness and the safeguarding. So we start with the kids. Eventually, those kids become adults, and they will pass on the knowledge and have the appreciation of the culture, no, as we called it in the first workshop. We had a couple persons walk in. Could you please introduce yourselves? Darryl said in 10 seconds. And then, but don't worry, we will hear from more from here as we proceed during the course of the week. Introduce yourself. Say the first name again.
Newton Alexander.
Okay, Newton. Oh, yes. Yes, sir. I remember your smile. Yes. That's how we're smiling on Zoom. Okay. Is that it? All right. So let's proceed then. So what we'll do now, I want to bring up one of the documents that we had developed in the first workshop. How many of you, by a show of hands, attended the first workshop? Okay, so we have a couple. Okay, good. So what this is a table which the Grenada National Trust had set up to try and get an understanding of what the landscape is like here in Grenada with respect to living heritage. And the reason we're starting with this is so as to reorient our minds, even though it was just 3 weeks ago, to reorient our minds on where we are, where you are in Grenada with respect to the safeguarding of the living heritage. And so, and indeed where we want to go. So for example, as we set out here, you have what is called the structure, the leaders of the practice, the processes and the evidence of the representation of those practices. Or in other words, what evidence is there with respect to what is being done or will be done with respect to the living heritage in Grenada. So if you look here, if we can look at the section that says community stakeholders, The ICH leaders, here we have here listed building leadership and training capacity, scheduling, strategizing, progress monitoring. This is what we're doing. The process, group meetings, such as what we have here, intervisitations where possible. And so you'll be doing some of that this week. And then, of course, in terms of the evidence, the observation work, the documentation work, the inventorying, and so on that we will go through. And then, if possibly, eventually nominations, no? Meaning you might want to nominate an element from Grenada to the international representative list. You will only know that after you go through the full process, no? It's an incomplete table so far. But you have the Grenada National Trust there, really taking the lead in this, the Ministry of Education. Is there anybody from the Ministry of Youth here currently? No? No, but we do have you. So I'm just wanting you to look at it and to see where you fit, no? Get a visual. I know the last time one of the key stakeholders in my mind is tourism, no? The tourism folks, because I remember just watching the report yesterday. And this is just an observation. You know, the airport has key signs and so on. I saw beautiful beaches and landscapes. Right? You realize that it's just an observation, no? The heart of who we are people, right? So it's just a thing where just pointing it out at first impression, living heritage is something that can be brought forward as a result of our awareness raising now. That's something that can be brought forward. So I want you to be thinking in those terms, no? Think about how you can take the living heritage, appreciation. Think about how you can take the living heritage and turn it into, to further deepen the abilities of our people to have a livelihood, no? To bring exposure without, however, when you talk about this, while taking account for what I call the unintended consequences of exposure, no? In the first workshop, I would have shared with you some instances where you can have a thing that's called over tourism, over commercialization. You can have commercialization, but you don't want to over commercialization to the point where the thing loses its essence, no? You can have tourism, but you don't want over tourism. Well, for example, imagine 1,000 people coming to visit one day. 1,000 people bearing down on one day, and a cruise ship take it. What do you think will happen to one day? What will be one of the unintended consequences? So, we want to just a thing, and we'll talk about it as we go along, right? Always thinking about how we live it. Again, there's nothing that emanates from the essence of who we that manifests itself in reality. That doesn't come from human creativity, from human lived experiences, no? Right? And so this is the kind of thought process we want to have during the course of this week. Okay. All right. So let's I'll close this, and then we'll get on the way now. See the teachers there. I'll close that, and then we'll do something before we begin. So, by way of getting our minds back in gear, I just want you to speak to the person next to you and talk with that person very quickly. Ask them what it is that you remembered from the last workshop, one thing. So, for example, you will sit, you two of you here, you will say that, what's your name, ma'am? Marlene.
Marlene
You say
Neptune.
Marlene from
Neptune.
Okay, well, welcome, Marlene. Hello there in Zoomland. Willie Redhead, I see you. Miss Maria, yes. Hi guys, see you. Good to see you. Who's waving there? That's
Tesla.
Oh, Tesla.
Tesla.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
she's far away.
Yes.
She's the furthest participant. Yeah. Well, you know, Ezra borrows his equipment, but I don't know. Yeah. All I remember was that you should really get some kind of signed form. You know that it's okay if you got no choice and you have just verbal only, but it's better to get the sign. But I don't remember what you're referring to.
Adriana, can you hear me? Adriana?
All right. So 1 minute. I see Norris and Monty already have things covered. So
You remember the name of this file? Written management. Not scientific. Second one. Hmm? Yeah.
So for fun, you and Adriana should do the same.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have to learn at the last workshop?
Okay, so yeah, hold on a second. Well, I'm sharing stuff.
I know.
I'm sharing stuff with the people on Zoom.
Yeah, I know.
The timetable. Yeah. No, I didn't know.
So if you're ready, just raise your hand, please. If you're ready. Okay, another minute then. Only 2 persons in the room are ready. 2 groups. Eugenia is ready. Eugenia, right? Eugenia. I was saying Eugenia, like Spanish.
Okay.
All right, so let's start with those who had their hands raised. Nice discussion. I saw Gloria and Dexter. Was it, or was it Gloria and Newton? All right, go ahead.
Because I don't think, to be honest, I don't think it was
Capture all of these.
Good, good, good. All right. Let me respond to you quickly there, Dexter. Welcome. I know there were some challenges from what I was told in getting representation from Petit Martinique, but you have made it. And then about whether or not UNESCO will capture, let me tell you, it's not UNESCO that will capture, it's you. So put on your busy boots, no? All right, let's go with introducing Gloria. Like Napoleon?
So she was part of the first workshop. She got to understand that to me that was necessary. So I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm going to touch follow in carrying out the process. Not going ahead
Okay, so a quick comment on that. There are lots of recommendations, but few obligations. One of the obligations is what we're doing right now, and that is to the state should set up an inventory based on its own context and situation. So that is critical, and you're all participants in that. So Gloria, we'll get this in a shot. All right. So who else had their hand up first? There was it. Andrea?
There was good discussion. Everybody talked about it. So to me, that's again, in the effect space, it's what's going on here. We are using all of those. Not one person.
That good thing, man.
Sorry, Jody. Very good. Last night, those people are working about and I hope we will
Reminds me when you said Julie wants to know what other people know. You want to hear what you know as well. So I'm looking forward to that. Reminds me of who's the wisest person, no? He who knows she does not know but seeks to know. Yeah, I like that. So who wants to go next? I only have 2 hands up. Go ahead, Norris.
Yeah, but Marley might be there too.
Is it Monty?
Yeah,
Monty, okay.
Yeah, this is a Monty from St. George's. He was my first workshop. As you said, went to Africa, Morocco, do some training in the intangibles of our cultural heritage.
Yeah.
I've not really got a chance to really put it out. He was impressed what to say when they came to the airport and I saw the landscapes of more people. You know, when I asked them to think put them there. And a job at the
of course. And some fella, you know.
we also have a concern for tradition. Friday. Kind of flag, sports, the whole aspect of change. So, You will have a better idea of how people are happy to speak and see
Do you still have solemn practices, no, associated with it? You can choose to go to church or go fly a kite. I understand. All right. And want to introduce Norris for us, please?
I'm so focused on trying to, but he seems to be a nice person. I think he's interested in seeing how and making sure that things that are should come return.
Yes. So that's more of a challenge turning to the past. I mean, is that it? Yeah. Okay, good. A nice fellow, interested in. Okay, good. Let's yes, sir. Go ahead.
Kelvin. He was a participant in the first workshop. The point that came out with it was the question of intangible culture belongs to the people and the communities, and therefore it's important to get their buy-in in trying to record and preserve as well as document that culture. He made the point that some of us are like the gatekeepers or facilitators to ensure that we build trust with the community in getting these intangible heritage recorded and saved for posterity. Say the communities are the owners and organizations, individuals involved are the facilitators.
All right, good. One observation there, the word gatekeepers, no? So two kinds of gatekeepers. You have gatekeepers that guard sometimes sacred practices, that the knowledge isn't for everyone, no? So that's something you will face and something we have to respect, right? And when dealing with community, that's a difficult issue. And then you have gatekeepers who block the gate. That's another issue, right? So we have to use what is called a little bit of social lubrication, no? Right? Meaning just the right manner, just the right development, the relationship building. Because sometimes it's about trust, no? Actually, it's all about trust. It's all about trust, building trust with the communities and these people. Because sometimes they feel that they're not respected. Sometimes they feel marginalized. And so all of these things, as you go into the communities, you want to be aware of, no? And apply just the right tact in order to build up and safeguard. That's the goal, the long-term goal. So let me please introduce.
Right. So this is Glenn, who was a member of the last workshop. His takeaway was the involvement of the community, the importance of the involvement of the community in the process, making sure that there is free, prior, and informed consent for the community involvement in the whole process.
Short and sweet. Peter, upon the church will be built, no? Yes, sorry. Teacher, I don't remember your name, teacher.
Yeah. Rachel. Yeah.
Okay.
Rachel and Maria.
Rachel.
She is here in Korea. I don't know. Her passion is photography and photography, and she has in documenting Grenada's culture, both practice and that's what that project is. That we need to find the practitioners for the local camp techniques, and she's been doing that. She recently met a fisherman, and she also recently met one of those craftsmen who make the old-fashioned spotting board. So going on to the next one, and there are only 2 of them currently left on the island. Passing on with the culture presentation, identifying different types of educational culture in the country, social norms and values, make sure that we reassure the practitioners that we're going to make progress with their knowledge and not use it for personal profit. The cultural practices that young people are generation and both forms of it, the older version, modified version should both be recorded. So we know we see the lineage of the culture.
Maria, you've been doing all of that?
Yeah.
Congratulations. Let's give Maria a round of applause. Rachel?
Rachel. She should have she learned about safeguarding frequencies tangible and intangible places. Learn about how the school right now is about improving biology. So she's talking about fast.
You know what? I just love teachers. Let's give teachers a round of applause. Yes. I was a teacher. Yes, you're right. I still am a teacher. Well, I didn't mean for you to clap for me, though. Let's go with the Karikou crew.
No.
Okay, so what's her name again? Antonia. Okay, I have a niece named Antonia. What's happening? That light coming through is blinding me, right? But so you must be some kind of heaven thing. Antonia, please introduce the colleague.
From Karikou, she attended last workshop via Zoom, and what she learned in the last workshop was more in-depth information on the national heritage of Grenada, the national cultural policies, and from perspective what she's explained to me, just that she would like to learn more about, she would like to take away everything that she knew. So today more about Grenada, that she goes back home also, she can implement this in the that she explained to better help people understand what Karikou and Grenada means for her.
Dion, like Celine.
Actually, that's where my name came from. I was supposed to be named Celine Dion, but one of my name was too long.
Can you sing though?
Yeah.
Good. We'll ask you to sing before the week. All right, so the Karikou crew. So tour guides are the front line, as you know, when it comes to this tourism thing. So you carry a great responsibility with representing your country well, no? And in an authentic kind of way. So I'm glad that you're here. Yes, ma'am.
Right, well, I spoke with Brenda. Brenda attended the workshop prior to, she not testament to the fact that she was paying attention. She also remembers from the workshop the importance of preservation of the both tangible and intangible culture, the need for documentation, and identifying opportunities, high-stage opportunities within the community that can be documented as part of the project. I share with Brenda the need to understand the tangible and the subtle and blatant differences between the tangible and intangible description, and the relevance of the whole exercise in relation to tourism, because you talked about doing something with tourism, and that helped you, the workshop helped Brenda to understand that better. And lastly, sharing experiences and i.e. with the participants and their perspectives in relation to Grenadian heritage.
Thank you, Brenda. Wait, thank you, Brenda. Brenda?
This is Ingrid here, and Ingrid said that she was not a participant workshop, and she's here to get some clarity on the differences between the culture in terms of intangibles and tangible heritage. She would also like to get involved in practical sessions, as well as learning what it is, what it means to be inventory of our cultural heritage, developing the skills and the knowledge in terms of contributing and learning.
All right, so you're in the right place then.
I am. I'm here as a learner. I'm here to soak it all up.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Brenda. Then the Miss and Miss Counselor.
Good morning again, everyone. This is Miss Medina Williams. Medina Williams Carter. She's a counselor, and she works with the primary schools over in Carriacou. And Auntie Plastic and her takeaway from the workshop, she was a participant via Zoom, is the whole concept of ICH and safeguarding and transmission of the ICH element. And the workshop allowed her to think about the concept and preserving it. And she shared with me that she was, as a child, she was a maypole dancer. And however, she now realized that in Carriacou, that aspect of the culture is not so strong and is dying among the youthful population. And she's very much concerned that over Carriacou, that it's in that aspect of the culture. And she also feels that there's a need to pass on the culture to the younger children, but she has a passion with working with young people and over in Carriacou. For example, she wants to be able to share like the ring games, and so that she would have learned as a child, with the youthful population of Carriacou. So that's basically some of the things she shared with me.
All right,
Nadina.
So you know the black the poem?
As a child, I took participation almost every day from our festival Ghana. I was telling her that one of the biggest things for me is that it helps development.
Yes.
And so, my psychology background also emphasizes that a strong cultural identity makes for a well-rounded student or child. And so, having participated in the first workshop really caused me to think more about
Nice.
But this is Julianne, Ministry of Tourism, technical officer, and she's from the St. Paul's area. And she shared that from the last workshop, she learned all the various concepts of ICH, the expressions, the importance of preserving the elements, and for her it was very new. I get that she enjoyed learning about the different expressions such as the Patois language,
different food and dishes that we have here in Grenada and Caracol, and then Africa Carnival, and so on. So we're really interested to hear about those things. And one of the things that really stuck with her was hearing of the testimonial that someone gave regarding John, regarding the Indian heritage.
Oh, yes. That's here, no?
Yes.
That's it?
So one of the things I was telling my child, one of the things we emphasize is that the kids here, unless they could talk here.
Good.
We would enjoy the first workshop.
Yes.
All right. So you reminded me, you know how TikTok is popular, right? Anybody here on TikTok? Nah, this is okay. You heard of it? Well, the I saw this. He drew the hopscotch grip on the ground. You guys see that? And then on a public sidewalk, and tourists can be as adults. Climbing and started having interesting way. That was an interesting way to have people engage there. The childhood, no? And we could probably start a game outside. Of course, I would be able to participate.
You mentioned that one of the initiatives that I had shared with her is that before going to the primary school, I was at one of the high schools, and I organized a day where all the kids did was play the same moral, the hopscotch, different ring game. And I only did it one time. It required a lot, and I only did it one time, but I mean, in that aspect of it, learning about it for the first time.
You remind me of a lady back home, no Pakistan. That lady. One of our cultural icons. She always had a dream of having an Olympics of traditional games, a national Olympics. So that's something to build on. Recruit some of your same colleagues here to help you organize it. Thank you. Big traditional you know. All right, so we'll save the youth for last. Marlene, you look to some persons who are younger. Marlene.
Yes, of course. Marlene is for last. Okay. Good morning, everyone. A pleasure to be here again. With me here is Delicia Licoto. She attended the last workshop via Zoom. She did share that she was multitasking and did not remember many of many of the things that were shared. However, she is from the Ministry of Tourism, and her focus here today or this week is to learn more about what the community's activities are to the inventory, which is really important that she can be aware of what they are. And I guess the focus of the tourism ministry right now is to help communities or persons within the communities to develop those activities so that it becomes a product to add to our tourism basket, I'm guessing. So that's a focus right now, and I'm sure she will learn a lot from being here.
So this is Marlene Neptune. She is a teacher and attached to the Ministry of Education. She also attended the last session, and I believe she was what stood out to me was the process. The importance of accurately documenting the community's intangible heritage. Making sure that whatever is documented goes back to the community and is representative of what it is that they would have collected from the community.
You guys are making this workshop easy, because all of you have been saying things already that are key. documenting, but making sure it goes back to the community. Not because you document it all of a sudden you're the owner. No, no, no. You're only a collaborator with, right? Not, well, I shouldn't say owner. It's an important part because it's working together. So very interesting, Alicia and Marlene, two important, you have two important functions. Welcome. And is it Newton? Did someone introduce you? You hand oh my goodness, you mean Virginia? I apologize, you had your hand up like third. Oh my goodness.
Back in the class.
I am so sorry. Virginia, go ahead.
So I met Norton Alexander, who actually was with the Grenada Natural Trust. As I do, and he's been involved in cultural activities for a long time. I believe he's from the north of the island. He said that he did attend the workshop last time. I think he came maybe to the first and the second day. And he is very concerned about heritage tourism and how heritage can be integrated into tourism so that we are maintaining the identity and showcasing our identity even as we are telling the natural beauty.
Beautiful.
Very country, I don't mean that. As a member of the National Trust, I am coin of phrase a heritage nut. I'm mad about heritage. I'm deeply concerned about it. And quite often, when I hear people talk about heritage, I say, what the blazes we're talking about. Heritage is not history, although history is book. And listening to our participants here, some very important things that come out to me, particularly from character. Why, how, not why. Obviously, I know a great deal about character. And it seems to me a lot of character people don't know very much about it. Something is missing there. Yes, I'm not blaming anybody. Another point you made about the airport. And I am not too sure of that, but I believe I'm wrong. Did you know that all the displays at the airport are controlled by external agencies? We couldn't put an advert up in the airport advertising something in Grenada. We have no control of that. And
run by a concession company or something like that.
Yeah. Precisely. So what I'm trying to get at is that we as a people have got to find ways taking control because it is important to us. And if we lose control of that, we've got nothing. And my final point is, and by way of advertising, I hope that I agree with me. A point as was made last Monday, Tuesday, that why don't we, the National Trust, organize a short online course on heritage? I've already started my research. I've already started because instead of teachers never do research short, they just great. But I'm working. So yes, I'm mad about heritage. Yes, I'm concerned with Grenada history. Yes, we have to bring on the new generation. Because my first experience with a computer was in
1967.
1967, my first year as an undergraduate. Now the things happening with computers and going on, haven't got all right. Somehow or the other, we've got to connect it to it and make sure that the new generation have got something for life. Because it's all. Thank you.
All right. Virginia and
I realized that I knew Eugenia from her academic work. She has a book titled Obia Race and Racism. And I just think it's an amazing take on looking at, some aspect of the heritage.
Excellent.
Eugenia O'Neill.
Yes, I heard that too. I heard that indeed. So what you just said something critical. It's not impossible, no, just looking at the persons in this room, it's not impossible that you can run a workshop on heritage online. And you can organize it for a period of weeks where you have a 1 hour session per week. This week it's Lisa, the next week it's Virginia, the next week it's Nadina, the next, talking about various aspects of heritage. It's something that can be done very easily. You see? Brought forward, yeah, good, very good, very good. So the pieces are there. The pieces are there to do what it is that is in your heart. All right, and the youth, we saved the best for last. Wait, no, that's not yet. Adriana and Daryl, they're supposed to.
I'm technical support. Yeah.
For us, our perspective might be very different because we have been working in this project since 2 years ago. But the most important thing is by having the opportunity, even though that we have a long relationship with Nigel and Kalala from previous meetings and workshops, is that for the perspective of Daryl, because we have to share ideas, it is that when we start looking into the details of the first workshop, and we share this with Mr. Peter Antoine, is that wow, what we realize how much we have to work, not because we are afraid of doing it, but how deeply we have to go, how many details involved, and how many ethics and how many things happen at the same time that we have to be so careful in order to respect the people's different persons' point of view, but at the same time being aligned with the convention and with the UNESCO requirements. So one of the things that when we always introduce in the Proud of My Heritage projects to persons is that we always try to stand from the point that this is our role is to guide, and we are here to guide you, to help you, but this is a project built by the community for the community. So we have to ensure that in the whole process. We learned also about a part of IT IT skills that we didn't know that we have it. How deeply we can go with the ICH category. So now we have concerns. So the discussions after that is, we will see it later. We have an ICH list or categories, a draft. So how deeply we want to go by balancing at the same time and respecting the communities that we're gonna reach out later. And at the same time, respecting the sustainable development goals and the genders and the elderlies and the involvement of everyone, but at the same time respecting those who doesn't want to be involved or don't want to be involved. So it's a complex work, but what we are glad of, and then Daryl will tell what we think also, is that we're seeing a high response, a high demand of being part of this process, which we are very pleased and very grateful to have that response. So that's what we're learning. So we weren't skeptical, but we will, it's very, precautions on matters of how many persons will show up and will be motivated to do the real work that is needed. So thank you.
Wow. Okay, well, my main point is that same thing about the response. It really knocked me out completely because I've been involved in heritage since 2010, so that's 12 years. And it's been a slow plodding uphill, like pushing water uphill. But suddenly there's an explosion of response and enthusiasm, which is really heartening. This is, I guess, how revolutions happen. Everything is quiet and then suddenly, boom, everybody simultaneously gets up and says, no, we got to do something. So this is a social revolution that people are now more conscious of the need to look inward. And I don't know if COVID helped that because we were locked in. So we all the external distractions kind of disappeared. So every cloud has a silver lining, but we are now looking inward, and I hope that this momentum continues. And I just want to add that we are creating a WhatsApp group so the conversations can continue, because I noticed that even when I left the Zoom on, people were chatting to each other, people inside the room with us and people out in Zoomland were chatting with each other. And we want that conversation to continue because we've been in silos for too long. Okay. Good. Thank you.
An important thing, when you said revolution just now, a Rhodesian national hero, he was jailed for saying this. He said there are two roads to independence, evolution or revolution. Right now we're trying evolution. So in this case, there is a social revolution in culture. When Darrell described, he attempted to describe the character of the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and the Martinique, and he said, very calm people, but go-getters, no? And so I encourage you to harness that and to do what it is you need to do toward bringing the people and again, one of the ways you measure success, the vibrancy with which culture manifests itself in your day-to-day life, from period to period, in terms of the spice mass and the traditional games, in terms of the drumming and the education on the various heritage aspects. So that will be the true test of the success that you are about to continue and to undertake in a more deliberate way. So then, welcome everyone. We're in the right frame of mind, I believe, and let's get into a workshop on community-based inventorying. I still forget the young people. Go ahead. Yes. Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, I'm running for that. Also known as John. I think most everybody will think John. Came from St. Patrick.
They don't call you John by any chance.
He's working for the youth to be involved, and he's what to inform me about.
All right.
So he liked that we are taking the initiative to conserve the culture, especially involving the youth. And he was part of the workshop, right? And he also like to learn more about the different aspects of culture and other perspectives.
So you just opened the learning. Good. So let's all teach John something this week, please. Let's give John a round of applause. Go ahead, John.
So this is JD Alad. She is from Snell Hall, St. Patrick. She is a private tutor and a former assistant teacher. And she would like to learn a lot more about Grenadian culture and the different aspects of it. She also expressed that she would like to learn how to document the culture, the whole documentation process. She'd like to do that because she's realized with Park Village that a lot of the people and the younger people, their children, procrastinate a lot, in her opinion. And she would like to learn how to get these people involved into the traditional practices as well as their children into the traditional games as opposed to focusing on technology.
Okay. Welcome. So remind, is it JD?
JD Alad.
JD.
G-A-Y-D-E-E?
J-A-D-I.
J-A-D-I. JD. Okay. Welcome. All right. So then, we're now into the workshop on community-based inventory. So I'll be able to assisted by Peter by tomorrow. I have one of those things that allow me to switch the. So you have to excuse me because I just have a blind spot here. You understand on the side of me. In terms of this presentation, we'll be looking at the purpose and the style of the workshop about community-based inventorying, the objectives of the workshop, and then workshop overview. So in terms of the purpose, we will be looking to equip you with the basic knowledge and skills to design and facilitate a community-based inventorying process. So what that means is that not only will we be documenting, we'll be brainstorming for the purpose of the trust and because they're the implementers here, we'll be brainstorming a system that you'd want to use for community-based inventory. We already know that a part of your equation is working with schools, but the mechanisms, the ethics, the know-how, and so on, we're going to work out the details together. We'll be looking at certain structures and so on and see, can this work in Grenada? Can we vary this? Like we need to change so and so, right? And so you'll be setting up your own system. So in the way you'll be crafting how you'll be doing this. We'll also demonstrate in terms of the purpose and rationale that community members can be providers of information as well as active collaborators in inventory. They're providers of and collaborators. I don't know if you've ever witnessed or you've seen, maybe you've heard it, in your communities. Mr. Monty, what happened? How come I don't see you at the festival? And then Mr. Monty say, why nobody tell me nothing, You've heard that, don't you? Nobody tell me nothing, Well, how did I tell you, Mr. Monty? I don't know what's going on people then, sort of thing. What I'm giving you is a description of something that you want to be able to change that paradigm. Where when the festival comes up, Mr. Monty is the first to know. Because Mr. Monty has dedicated his life and you know that skill is available and alive in the community. Why not call Mr. Monty to teach the children? Why not call Mr. Monty to the festival to showcase? Why not take the tour, the good tourists, down to Mr. Monty so he can teach them how to play the drum or build the drum, whatever. You understand what I'm getting at? So Mr. Monty is not there sitting thinking that the community and the society is uninterested. This is the paradigm we want to shift. So one of the challenges that Darrell and Adriana will have, and I challenge them all the time, is that you guys should be on a phone call basis. You'll be on a WhatsApp basis, right? I'm not saying that Adriana, I hope I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just giving you examples of what happens. Sometimes at 3 in the morning, John will get up and he can't hold in his idea and he'll message Adriana, right? But Adriana, of course, will not answer her phone at the time. But of course, the message will be delivered and he has an idea and think about how we can, this is the kind of dynamic we want. As soon as 8 o'clock come, let me call over there to trust to see if I can participate in inventorying, if I can participate in teaching. That is the kind of dynamic you want to develop. Trust relationships, we are unafraid to approach the gatekeepers, no? Remember the gatekeepers, you have those that block the gates? Well, certainly the people at the trust, from what I can tell, it's a good word, trust, right? They're not going to be blocking the gate, right? They want to help this revolution and you want to nurture that. This is what we're trying to capture the spirit of. Could you help me there, Peter, with the next slide, please? Yes, ma'am.
As you speak about collaborators, I've listened to a lot of different sectors and interests inside here, but my passion and where I work and live is agriculture.
Agriculture.
And I haven't got any form of direction going in there. And we always emphasize that agriculture and tourism have some kind of relationship there. And my hope is just to see something come along the way in terms of collaborating with agriculture. Because we do have which myself and others, we will work with the groups, teaching them different things. And we in Grenada, the vast majority of farmers are older folks. So we interact with them, on a daily basis. We hear a lot of stuff, we learn stuff from them. I would just like to see.
Beautiful. Brenda, you bring that forward, Brenda. That's important. Okay. Very, very important. If you can't feed yourself, Darren is feeding himself right now.
I just want to respond to that. One of the things we're hoping to get out of this is I know it's not purely agriculture, but it's the bush medicine. And the herbal medicine. It's ready food. Yes, we know. We call it food to, ethnic and local recipes and so on. Okay, so there will be publications on a calendar and there will also be a booklet. So we started to compile that information already. We're hoping that what we do now with the workshop and the inventory will complete the process.
Yes, Eugenia.
I was just thinking that perhaps it's not just like the food and bush medicine and so on, but also the actual practice of the agriculture itself. In Cuba, it's very important that they don't use pesticides and chemicals and so on. And so they develop the whole right. And so I'm just thinking that perhaps the actual practice of agriculture in Grenada might also.
That's the ICH component of it. Very good observation. So the practice manifested through the actual production. An interesting observation in the last few years at the international level, you've had food inscribed. So Jumong soup from Haiti was just inscribed in December as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity because of so there's a lot of heritage associated with it. It was used in the time of slavery, but was only made by the masters and so on. But once Haiti became independent, the people then used that as a way of expressing their freedom. Jumong soup, right? And it is associated with their Independence Day and New Year's Day, which is January 1st. So it's a part of it. So that was inscribed. Senegal also inscribed cebu, which is a delicacy of fish and rice and so on. But the interesting thing there, Brenda, is when they describe their file, when they propose it at the international level, they describe the value, how the food is associated with their agriculture and aquaculture. Aquaculture in terms of the sea life and the agriculture in terms of the production. And they even described in their file that the rice, that Senegal was becoming self-sustainable in rice production, right? And all that sort of thing. But the important thing, one of the trends here, our ancestors didn't have fertilizers and chemical, the chemical ones. They use more natural processes, and that is something to look at. What's the lifespan here in Grenada? Anybody know? What's the lifespan? Life expectancy? Darren?
Well, I thought it was 75 for men and 80 for women.
75 for men, 80 for women.
Average.
So
this excludes the rum drinkers, huh?
Did you say that the women are killing the men?
Something to go back with agriculture. Well, it's different in Caribbean in Grenada, they had maroons before. Where you get that community help to, to work the land. Yeah. So it's something I think that's, I don't know if it still exists. Still.
Not as much as the case. Not as much as not as much as before, but still happens, particularly in rural communities.
Mainly with families, but
People are still poor, and they can't always afford to get building constructors and all that. And you still do have the practice where local community will get together on a Sunday or somewhere and help prepare the site and do the building and do something. The family can stay there. Okay, yeah, no, I mean, it's not separate. It's not separate at all. You still do have people helping the older people, and when you talk about men living, dying young, I'm not sure because I've already done. But you still do have.
Brenda, okay, let's do something. Because I what we're saying is important, but if you can just let one person speak and then the other, because I want to also hear what you're sharing, okay? Now go ahead.
I still do practice on justice. At least I go over this. Yes, you still do have people. Again, not on a great scale. So people still do try. I've got 3 young men from one village come to help me. They do over 5. And yes, we are there and but yes, it is important that that principle grows. We should keep it going as much as we can. And yes, again, agriculture, we're losing a lot of agriculture buried in concrete. And I've got to leave my body with that. Okay. But we still have a lot of agricultural land. Just last point. The Grenada Nutmeg Association are looking to David to bring a lot of idle land or unused land or neglected land back into production. And as a result of that, the amount of nutmeg production in St. David has increased considerably within the last 12 years.
That's what Grenada is known for, no?
Yeah.
Now, Dexter, I may have missed something. When you said maroon, you're describing the practice of helping each other do farming?
Yes. Yeah, fine. And once again, females will cook, get together in the morning, do all the cooking, and the men will be doing it.
Beautiful, that's how I see it. Very good.
But it's different in Caribbean.
Okay, you want to comment on that?
Oh, I just want to share that in my understanding for our also just expressing our cultural side, showing what my room is like, what's about. And then a whole weekend there is a market. And you know,
taking the test is not working it.
That's the festival, but on different farms. I have been working with farmers for the past 16 years. So I'm not really to a lot of farmers operate right now, and it's a really, really dying practice. You don't find people willing to give up the time and the effort and the energy to assist their neighbors, come together and say, okay, well, I'm coming to work for food. It's a really almost non-existent practice.
Got you. You know what's interesting about that? I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it in Afro-descendant communities. I'm sure it existed, but it's the first time hearing of it in actual practice. Because like among the indigenous Maya, for example, in Central America, they have a practice similar. The name escapes me currently. It'll come to me before the weekend. But they do the same thing. They dedicate like let's say someone were to be married. Someone is in the village is going to be married. They call out all the men and women on the weekend, and they will clean the village. The women will start preparations for the wedding. and all that sort of thing. So it's the idea of community cooperation, no? Community based, and it's on the only thing you have to do is to, like what you say, you cook, you feed everyone, but there is no actual cash transfer. It's so if someone is building a house, all the men go and they work on the house until it's done. And then the only exchange is when someone else is doing it, everyone comes out in the same way. So it's a way of the community sustaining itself, no? So that's a good one to think about. Now, which reminds me that on Thursday, you'll be out in the field inventorying a particular ICH element. So we'll be setting up groups before the day ends. You will group yourselves, by the way. We'll want about 5 groups. You will identify your group members. But we'll want a nice mix of someone who has skill in photography, someone who's able to video, someone who has that touch of interviewing people, being able to have nice dialogue, and someone who will be a recorder in terms of the writing. Maybe 2 such persons, no? And then someone doing audio. So we'll have little specializations. So think of who you'd want to work with for the course of the week, but not just because they're your friends, but because they have skills that your group will need, no? Right? And then you'll be learning from each other at the same time. And we'll be going through some of those skills as we go between now and Wednesday, right? Well, I shouldn't say learning, but doing it to get a feel for what we'll be doing in the field, no? Yes, ma'am. Good. That's a good suggestion. All right. So we're not expecting the Carriacou crew to stick together. All right. How many people from Petit Martinique we have? How many persons? 2? 3?
1.5.
1.5.
Wow.
Who's the half? I have to be you next time. I know the color, but the drain part I don't get.
You don't want to get. He's finishing with the drain.
The water that's coming from your house, from your kitchen or your bathroom, you will direct it into a drain. So in that drain, you can.
Oh, good.
That's that kind of cultural tool in Grenada. Most houses are.
And you said a cement one?
Yeah, the guy said he's not interested in that anymore. He wants concrete. So all that aspect of
makes it look neater, I guess, no?
Yeah. But an aspect of culture, there's a show on Struggle by Mr. Peters. It talks a lot about our heritage. So those of you who have the time to come and see it, next weekend come to see traditional songs, the drumming, the acting, so Sunday. I think so.
So we missed it?
No, it's on this weekend coming. So
what, Saturday night?
Saturday and Sunday.
Okay.
So those
Okay,
are
good.
It starts at 8 on Saturday, and Sundays at 7. La Bucan Center. Yes. Yes, $40.
put to you, as we had already started discussing in the first workshop, are we going to have one inventory for Grenada, or are we going to have one or more, or multiple inventories? Because we have Grenada, we have Carriacou, we have Petit Martinique, and you may or may not be able to set up a single inventory. You might want Carriacou having their own one, Petit Martinique having their own, and Grenada. But at the international level now, this is important. If you're going to inscribe at the international level, it will be from Grenada, regardless of if it's from Carriacou or Petit Martinique, right? It'll be under the Grenada umbrella. But it may work out better for you in a practical way in terms of identity building and social cohesion. So I'm just putting it out there. Now you will have to decide what mechanism you want to deploy in that regard. So start thinking in that regard. And the trust, folks at the trust, you'll have to help to massage that as well. No? So the primary purpose of an inventory is to safeguard, of course, and this is a dynamic and creative process, meaning works best for your country and in your context. The next slide, please, Peter. So the convention stresses the role of communities in identifying, maintaining, and transmitting ICA. When you, for example, when you go through this inventory process, you want the communities, just as the discussions have been happening here, with agriculture, with maroon, and other elements that you've been raising, you want community actors to identify in the first instance. You want community actors as a result of identifying to maintain the practice and then to transmit. Meaning you want that knowledge passed on from generation to generation. And then states are required to include in their periodic reports how communities were involved in the respective inventory processes. Again, Grenada had the opportunity 2 years ago to participate in preparing periodic reports. I don't know if the report, I don't think it has been what I've been told. But as part of implementing the convention, you have to report on how communities are involved. It's the state that ratifies the convention, but it's the state that also has an obligation to ensure that communities are involved. Actually, this convention is one of the most popular UN conventions. Most states have ratified it because it is community-based. The state ratifies, but it's the communities that are the drivers. No? Next slide, please. So there is a need for dialogue and agreement with the community. Again, this is the role of the trust, talking about that trust we talked about earlier, relationship building. The process of building consent is part and parcel of preparing the inventory. It happens largely in the communities, thus requiring community-based process. So, while you yourself are members of the community, so it's important to recognize. In spite of you being at the Ministry of Culture, Education, teacher, tour guide, and so on, you have to realize that it's a symbiotic relationship, no? You don't dictate the communities. Information required for an inventory also involves first and foremost the community. All right. So again, thinking ahead, begin to think about what community you'd want to visit this week on Thursday. And by the time the day ends, you might want to make a phone call tonight and say, Miss Margaret, we had a group of us in a workshop on inventorying and documentation. We want to learn more. You don't have to use inventory, Miss Margaret, you might not know the word inventory. We'll use whatever terminology that's appropriate. You want to learn about your practice of making oil down. Oil down, right? Oil down. Right? Can we come over on Thursday because we want to actually document. And then Ms. Margaret will say yes or no. She says yes. You'll say, Ms. Margaret, one of the things that I have to do is that because we want to use it for education purposes, I'll have a consent form, meaning I'll write up a thing where you can just give us permission to document it, to record you, and to write a description of what it is you're doing, as you're doing in terms of how you make files down, and then to make it available for education purposes. Margaret, is that okay with you? Right, and we'll be looking at the components of that in a little while here too, no? So this is how you should be thinking. So begin to think in those terms by the end of the day, after we form our groups, where it is that you'll be going in Grenada. I wish that we could get all the way to Carriacou and Petit Martinique, but that's not practical, right? That's not practical. But in your localities, what elements do you plan to invent to document on Thursday? All right, so next slide, please. So how to do community inventorying? The big challenge is how to do it. It's an emerging practice. Different countries have different mechanisms. So imagine a state like Iran and what process they might deploy, or Brazil, which has millions of persons. So what they do in those states, they have like a federal system that coordinates national ICH, and then it goes down to the provinces, and then it goes down to the village. So you have like these, so you have a Grenada National Trust for argument, or a Brazil National Trust for argument, they have their names. And then that organization has branches in the provinces, and those provinces have branches in particular villages. And so they organize national trainings, and then they collect at the village level, and the information then gets fed up to the federal level, right? But that's for millions of persons here. You have the representation from Petit Martinique and Carriacou. You have a Grenada National Trust, you have a Ministry of Tourism, you have a Ministry of Culture, you have a Ministry of Education, right? So you want to think, and as I'm seeing it now, I see a system that's developing where the National Trust functions as what we call a focal point, meaning they will look at the work that's required for implementing the convention and for inventorying, and then working with a network of persons from the various islands toward the documentation and then inventorying into a centralized system. But you might have a variation, you might have a variation of it where in that national inventory, if you go on, let's say if you're looking at it in a practical way on the website, you click on Petit Martinique and you'll see what's documented there. You click on Carriacou, you see what's documented there. You click on Grenada, you see what's documented there. Keeping in mind also that all three islands might have some shared elements, some shared intangible heritage elements. So you want how you account for that. So it's an emerging practice because there's no one model that will fit all states. You have to decide. I'm just throwing out this to see. We could vary it according to your own insights and inputs. No? Third point, community-based inventory uses techniques such as individual and group interviews, participatory mapping, photo voice. That's photo voice. It's simply where you take particular photos and you create a narrative over it, and the photographs are reflective of what you want to convey, right? Or another aspect of it is where persons take photographs of their own collections at home. You know, people have those old photographs with their grandfather doing this or grandmother doing, and then you have them talk about the photograph. Or, for example, you have records of ICH already in your. I understand there's a challenge with the centralized archives here, and that's something you have to think about how to address that at the national. That's something critical we think about as a nation. But so you have these old records and you have photographs there, but it captures older practices. If you go, let's say, show Mr. Newton, does this ring a bell to you? And you show Mr. Newton the photograph. You say, sure, I remember so and so and so. That person is Mr. So and so, and that lady used to do this and so on. And then that helps you to develop the narrative and the description of the element as it was in the past. And then even It might even allow you to document how it has changed or remains the same in the current context. No? That's for the voice. There is, of course, participatory video. You call it what's that word? Is it TikTok or there's another one? Is it Instagram? That's Snapchat too, right? So I think all of them do the same. So I'll be walking. Can I borrow your phone there, ma'am? Can I borrow your phone? What an expensive phone. So that's not me, by the way. So I walk around in this room like if I could probably try that today. Open a TikTok account. It's an origin. So and so and so and so and so. And it's an origin, and then you would say, but I don't know if TikTok allows for. They've expanded. My daughter was telling me that they expanded the amount of time you have. You went from 30 seconds to it's up to 3 minutes now, right? Okay, good. So 3 minutes is good enough. Because they say the attention span of the youth is John, don't get upset, please. 15 seconds. So we're not with me if you want. I'm just saying that's not true. But let me say something about that. The general attention span of human beings have gone down. You know that, right? You know why? Because of technology. They bombard us with everything in short bursts. Constantly, and we don't even recognize it. And so now, even our media people, and Maria can help me here, even our media people, when they create news items and representations, they try to convey it in 15, 30 seconds. All right? Get the message across. The minute you talk longer than that, switch out. Right? Well, the counselor is here, she can tell us. Right? You can imagine being in one of Nadina's sessions and what happened? You were just telling me about something and you gone on to something else. And I can remember 50 seconds ago. But that's the idea. So participatory video, which is fun. I'm tempted, even myself, to start doing more of this, you know. I think I might use this week to do this participatory video. But this is a good way to tour guides, for example. It's a good tool for tour guides. You can get a mass following on your link or page or whatever. People, let me see what Dion is today. Well, Dion is down at Fort what? What's the name of the fort? Fort George. Fort George. I'm a Fort George back. Interesting. Down at Fort George, and she's showing us the ins and outs of Fort George. You know when it was made. You can have your students do it too. Right? Use the same TikTok. We're telling them put that phone away. Have them use the same tool to document and have them learn. No? Put yourself in the thank you for I'll get it from you later. Next slide, please. So community-based inventory is not an end in itself. So when you document inventory, that's not an end, and you create this document that's information filled. That's not the end of it. But it's a key step in dialogue for safeguarding ICH. Now, we'll put this into work, you know. So it's at its, you might live longer, I'm telling you. You just might live longer if you engage in this in your lifetime. Take Mr. Newton, for example. You see how he's the word not for heritage? It might help you live longer. What you will do will help you engage with people. And the inventorying process will allow you to meet Mr. Newton and maintain a relationship with him, where he looks forward to seeing you and you look forward to seeing him. And as you go through that process, the inventory will also require you to update the inventory, right? So update what information is there. So you'll be able to track how the thing has grown over time, how it has contracted, how it has taken off, how the revolution has happened, right? That sort of thing. So it's not only to document one time. John and JD, in their 20s here, I'm guessing early 20s, 40 years from now, they should be able to go back to the work that they'll be doing this week And look at that, 40 years ago, this is where that element was. 40 years into the future, you'll be able to do that. Will that tradition of haircut still be what it is in your family? Will it get a sort of recognition and awareness and respect? And it will become a wider part of the social practice. So these are the kinds of it's a regenerative exercise. Your children to be able to do this. My brothers, my mom was never at home. My mom was always somewhere in the country talking with somebody interested in doing this live and documenting this and so on. That's what you want with the vibrancy. Next slide, please. Mr. Monte, I see you sharing some. Can I interfere? Could I borrow this? Look at this nice picture here. Nice picture for the girl. Mr. Monte, did you take this photograph? Oh, somebody took it. I was going to say, boy, you're talented. Look at that. Maria, would you approve of this photograph? Huh? Why? Tell us why. Why no? Oh. That's it. Notice captures the movement. It's a still photo. Captures movement. Right? So this week, these are things you'll be doing. Some of that for, of course, with Maria's help, with Eugenia's help, and of course, just how technology changes. Like cell phones. How long has cell phones been popular here in Grenada? I know in Belize, I would say 15 years. But the technology has, in that 15 years, the technology is crazy. I can do live photos and my thing, great lines and.
Not just that too. I remember when I just use I was like 14, 15 somewhere. My 9-year-old, 8-year-old sister was also using a laptop. She was what document.
You were there. Yeah. You see? So the point of it is, the technology allows us to do more just in the last 15 years than it did. I know when Maria probably started photography with the zoom lens and all. Man, I can remember, I feel good, get this. And I didn't own one, but I had access to it, These DSLR cameras and you're there. Man, I want to be like that. Now someone comes with an iPhone and does the same thing that I was doing with this, Jesus Christ. Right? And they can Photoshop it and filter it and all of these sorts of things, right on the phone. So it recognizes that inventory recognizes community members as creators and experts of the ICH, not simply as informants. Imagine the old lady, Mr. Newton there, who says he doesn't know much about technology. 1967. Well, he'll get a phone. You have to make sure he'll get a phone this week, and he'll become a creator. Right? So,
Yes, for you. I still have one of those platforms in the black things. I bought on my drum.
Right there. You should bring it out. We'll look at the early ICH associated with that. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to add, as you mentioned, not being simply informants. Listening to you speak, one of the things that came to my mind when you said that you were like I was based to do that person's experience. And even being doing the inventories, I feel like we should always see the personal and sensitive to the person sharing that story. Reason being, that's a cherished memory, that's a time of their life. And I want to say that I actually did an inventory, so to speak, in that doing my master's degree, I ended up at a
college, which had a professor who was a school worker in 1971 in Caribbean. And that man brought me to his class because he does anthropology and linguistics. And he had in his course, he was talking about Caribbean of those. And so he was so happy to have me for sure. So he would have me read off of his presentation, how he speaks, and ask the student in his class, what do you think she just said? Like, you know, and so when he describes the experience of Caribbean for me, I'm being honest. I stood there and I fell in love with Caribbean just because how he spoke with such passion and shared the experiences. I just want to share that thing going up and doing that. Let's be very mindful of these people. Those are cherished.
Nadina, I want to ask you openly for your help with something. Because when we look at the ethics of it, I think you might be well in tune with the ethics of doing this sort of work, no? If I understand correctly, when persons have memories, it's like they're reliving the thing all over again. Is that right? So I think may have happened 20, 30 years ago, but the memory alone actually allows you to relive that thing.
Yeah, it's basically the same feelings and emotions from there. Because whatever we think at the moment or at present, God doesn't have the same emotion. So we also have to be mindful of those who may end up crying. So make sure we're able to support them and somewhat debrief them after that experience.
All right.
And even ourselves to hearing, we have to make sure that we remain as calm and as supportive as we can.
Thank you for that.
I just want to mention something that she reminded me of. That I took an elderly lady out of Chichester's home to come and visit an elderly uncle I had who was visiting from overseas because they knew each other way back. And some music was playing. Put some old music on when smoke gets in your eyes. And this woman, over 100, she got up and started to dance. And she was basically an invalid in the old people's home. But the music triggered a memory of dancing with this guy. And these two people, I've said, oh God, they go for a longer death. But they got up and they were young again. They just went straight back about 50 years because of a song.
I'm sure what you've described has probably happened to everyone, true or false. Some music or something, it takes you back to that time, no? Whatever that might be. All right, so it's a very fluid morning, guys. So because we end at 1:30, Darren didn't want us to keep you here all day. Feel free to get up and get your stuff and so on and get back. No? So another key characteristic of CBI, is a short community-based inventory, is that non-community participants are first and foremost co-facilitators. Meaning, if you're not from the community where the ICH is expressed or manifested, you become a facilitator, no? So like me, I'm not from here. So this is a literal example of a facilitator, no? Co-facilitator with the GNT, and now with you being in your presence. It's about learning about the ICH in question and assisting communities in the process of self-documentation. Well, that's the key concept there. Self-documentation. You know how I had never thought about it until we became involved with this convention. That we're always waiting for somebody to document our stuff, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Imagine now this convention allows us a framework where we can document for ourselves. All right? Important. Sometimes ICH practices, things have been lost because you said, oh, poor Mr. John, he died, and no one knew about A, B, and C. But what if you're able to document it, share it, now on the World Wide Web, those that you can share, and then even have it available in real time. And then when you leave, the evidence is there, no? When you leave the earth, the evidence is there. Self-documentation. I've had experiences where with community-based inventory, some people become so involved. We, take these inventory forms that we'll be looking at. And I say, give me the thing, son. Come back tomorrow. And because some of them have the skill of writing, older folks, they will take the document and you'll see them with their beautiful penmanship. Take the time, and that's their way of documenting, no? So that the record that we have is in their own handwriting. So where you get that, even the forms that you'll be using, I'm just going ahead, having you think of the dynamics. Even when you do that, what you want to do is to scan these documents. All right, those that are hard copy, scan them and you file them away. So let's say one of these days, and I hate to use this example because all of us have to move on to the other world. One of these days when and you enter Celine Dion in that computer, when you're talking about you, Celine Dion, you enter that name and you'll see all of this that you have recorded of her or him. But Celine is a woman. But you get the picture, no? In my country, what has happened in the past, cultural icons used to die. And guess what? They don't even have a picture to put on the program of their funeral.
Yes.
That should not happen here in Grenada. Not anymore, no? I went to a funeral maybe 4 or 5 years ago. You used to have this man, I just moved into the neighborhood, this man walking his dog every morning, right? And he would smile and I would smile back and so on. But I was doing research on one of our national heroes. And so I just decided one morning, let me go talk to him because he looks like he's in the same age range. I said, do you know so and so and so? He looked at me and he said, yes, I know him very well. I said, how so? He said, well, I was his executive assistant. The what? Literally, I've been traveling the whole country, interviewing people all over the place. And the man I'm supposed to interview is walking his dog every morning past my house. Right? But that's not the story I want to tell. That man shared with me a whole album of photographs about the national hero, right? So I was able to log it and say it came from so and so and so and so. And through that, I also learned of his contribution to the country. When he died, now listen to this. When he died, now, short time after, I went to his funeral. And there was another man who was supposed to do his eulogy. Well, these are guys in their 80s and so on. Another man was to do his eulogy. And I've never seen it in my life. The person didn't show up because he wasn't feeling well that day. There was no one there to do the eulogy for the other 80-year-old man. And so I'm waiting for the family members to maybe improvise, and no one could stand up and say anything. No one either had the courage, or they did not know enough about his life to say A, B, C, and D. And that was a lesson for me. When doing this work, you'll want to develop profiles of the people you're interviewing too. Right? The age, the date the interviews are being done. And you won't have to get it all at once, no? But let's say a person like Mr. Monte, for example, you'll want to know where he got the skill from. Or he learned it, maybe his mom, his dad, and then that allows you to ask other types of questions, no? Right? And why that is also important is because that is where the relationship begins, no? Because then people will understand that you're not only interested in information they have to share, but you're also interested in their own well-being, right? And then I'm just thinking about the dynamics of it. There's some problems that can come with that too. Because you might meet situations where a person might be ailing, right? So you might have to ask yourself now, let's say the person needs particular medication or disease, doesn't mean that you have an obligation to fix that problem. But you may have to ask yourself, is there anything you can do to help with the situation? No? So let's say the person, you notice that it's just a simple thing. They don't have enough, they have to depend on someone to bring them their groceries or someone to bring them their weekly supply of water. If when you go visit, you can do that, so I think this is an ethical gesture, no? That's within your ability to do, then you also want to be able to do that. Because you're not just there to collect information, you're there to build a relationship. So think of it in those terms, no? Think of it in those terms. It's a very serious undertaking that you'll be doing. No?
Nigel,
yes.
I just want to interject at this point. What was one of the things mentioned in the last workshop was this interview burnout. People are tired of being interviewed over and over. The same story they have to give is like the first interviewer never recorded anything. Why the same questions again? But I think that what you're talking about, that compassion for the person and the care about their well-being, because it's a strange cultural thing we have, like we forget to tell people thank you when we finish it. And tell them afterwards, boy, I put that thing in a magazine or I write in a book. Thanks a lot for the information. So we have to do the follow-up.
Right. When the book is done, you make sure they get a copy of the book. Right? That's all I think.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. Next to them, Gloria.
Yeah. Another thing, we have to be mindful that this process is not replacing what is happening at present, because many communities have their own unique way of documenting things. So what we're doing now is really building on what was done before. Because I know in Pidimapik, certain aspects of our history are written on the walls and the schools. Because there's part of the history that's written on the wall with Joachim Philipp, who was a revolutionary who fought with Julian Ferron. And many people didn't know that he was from
Wow.
Yeah.
Gloria?
Yes, I just want to add that this process requires a lot of patience. Now, I interviewed someone who was deeply involved in culture. And although I called previously to say what time I've come, what day and everything like that, and when I got there, she wasn't disposed. She was in a wheelchair, she had to be cleaned up from first, although she gave me the time. And when I did get into the house, she started apologizing and crying as though she kept waiting for so long outside. And I had to put her at rest and say, it's okay, you know, that you had to watch that. So I was very patient waiting. But in the interview, she started crying again because she remembered that she put a lot of work into preserving and safeguarding all these different forms, especially the oral traditions. And she felt that she's now 85, had 3 strokes, sitting in a wheelchair, and she has never seen anything happen. Yeah. So I mean, you really have to, as you mentioned, when you interview, you might just meet these situations, and it can be very, very emotional, you know, for them and for you too, because I felt so sad for her that she put a lot of work into it and came out.
It's good that you had the opportunity to do that, you know.
Yeah, she was trying to recall the songs and she she can't remember the words and she was just crying all the time, trying to come up with it. I knew the thing so well, I couldn't forget that. And it wasn't that easy to set up.
Yeah. Judy, thank you, Gloria.
There's an inventory from the 1980s when I was in America documenting
the culture of the people. So there are lots of videos on YouTube by the Association for Cultural Equity on Tombstone, Saraka. Well, I don't say Saraka, I don't say Salaka.
It changed. I know it's a
Salaka. Yeah, and also they're doing a repatriation project where they're trying to return some of the songs and maybe stories that were recorded and maybe pictures that they have to Caribou, to Caribou as a community and to Grenada as a state, and to the families of the people that it belongs to. So it's something that has been initiated. It didn't happen because of COVID, and it's also to celebrate the life and the contribution of Winston Fleury, who was a dynamic, just incredible cultural keeper and sharer of Caribou's culture.
You know, on the other side of when I just wanted to make a reflection there. I guess the fact that you're here means that you already have the right orientation, no? In terms of how to deal with these things. But you don't want a thing where you have to be able to control your mind. Or something, you know, people, except people, I think they use the word ticky or finicky or kind of thing like that. They have some people when they're encountered with a particular situation, makes them feel uneasy, and then they make up their face, or that sort of thing you have to be mindful of, no? Because a part of the ethics too is if you know you're going to go to something that's against your own personal beliefs and so on, then don't go. You understand? Because then it means that you'll be infringing on the other person. And you don't want to go into someone else's space and then have them feel bad about your own belief system, no? That's a part of the ethics of it as well. You wanted to say something there, Nadine?
I was just agreeing with your last.
Yes, go ahead.
I think what I heard described just now is something in the scientific world that's called parachute science. So parachute science, where in the research world, where scientists come into a region, a country, an island, do research, capture information, and take it away with them, and the locals and governments never hear from them again. So I guess it's about what reassurances we can be given to give to those people we expect to be sharing with us, that the information that they're sharing isn't going to be shelled, wasted, or whatever. What tangible, if you like, assurances can we give that the information will be put to good use? What can we?
Okay,
what do we tell them?
Let me give you a challenge now, because we're part of building a process. So what I would challenge you to do, put that as a statement. Between now and Wednesday, draft that as a policy. Actually, by the end of the day, if you can, write what a policy statement should sound like to deal with that challenge that you've observed. And then we'll compile these sorts of things and provide it to the trust, so that you'll have a policy that's developed by you as a group. You understand what I'm saying? So it comes from you because you recognize the problem, and you, in your own rights, are authoritative persons in authority and persons of the community. So you have a say just as much as anyone else. And you can put that in writing so that it factors into future actions. No? Like just put it in the reverse.
Yeah.
All right. Yes,
yes.
There's a question from the Zoom group. As we have most of the Ministry of Culture's officers by Zoom. So this how do persons from the Division of Culture participate in the activities? There are 4 of us here. It's great at video. One is great at video, 1 at the interview, and 2 recording. Please guide us. Thank you. So I guess that you will let them know.
Very good. Now, if let me answer that right away. If they can join us first person, that will help. Otherwise, if not, then we ask them to form a group on their own.
Okay.
On the ministry.
So I have that they got the message. Thank you.
Yes, Newton, sorry.
Already from Mr. Right. I want to emphasize something. And it's not being condescending. has point has already been made because we sympathize with you. A lot of our people in the rural area are not very strong. And you have to be very careful how you speak to them. For example, maybe you spoke about, I've known people like that. They are so very humble that, yeah, receiving you and those of everything. We're not being condescending, we're not being sophisticated, but we're doing the job and we have to really emphasize it and empathize with them because they don't know.
Yes. It takes a great deal of patience, no? Right. Right. Yes, Marlene. Thank you, Newton.
Even just to state further what you say there, actually, I would even suggest that we do simple things like being mindful of how you dress and the language you use and the things you use as a statement you use as an icebreaker. You know, it helps me personally when I can become as local as possible in terms of, I mean, it's good when you can sit with the mighty and you can sit with the lowly. It does help your appearance, your voice, and your expression. You know, or again, bring somebody, do your research in terms of, okay, what do they like or what's the community? So you can start off, hey, what went on here? When last you see that person? And just to trigger conversation in that way to set them at ease really helps to help them feel comfortable.
Good, good. Thank you for that. Yes, ma'am. Miss Marlene? Or Miss Delicia? Or Marlene?
Another thing I find helpful too is that sometimes you might go to their homes for interview purposes and you find them doing something and they're doing a home show. Instead of going to sit down and wait to interview them, you know, you got to integrate yourself into what they're doing. So you sort of make it comfortable, you rappel from that then, you know, just to get the process started. Make them feel comfortable with you and you feel comfortable with them and then you just flow. Because I remember when I was doing, I think, CXC, I had to do interviews from the SB. That was one of the things I was doing. Going to the neighbor house. I said, she's washing. I said, she's sweeping. I run and help her, she's sweeping. And asking me questions. And you know, that's what I got it going. So
very good, very good. We'll be ready, you'll be ready, I can tell.
Yeah, it's very similar to your point. I really like it and thanks for as well. For me, it's an accent barrier. So I have to know how to get involved, get my hands dirty. And there was a comment made over here and it put me in mind of eating and drinking with the community. So even if it's not something I particularly would, you know, like or try before, be open to be able to see and say thank you when things are offered. A lot of the time.
And then a lot of them, especially the old people, when I go in, they want to give me a bag of this to go. Next time, you know? So, yeah. It's great to take
and say thank you.
I like to work because of that same thing. All right, so which brings us then to this issue of diversity. CBI recognizes diversity within community regarding the ICH, so the diversity of ICH. It values divergent and different opinions. There is no truth. Only identification with the ICH and opinion. So the truth lives with the person then. How about that? And your job is not to judge it or to just to learn about it, no? Especially if you're going from outside of the community context, right? And then building an appreciation for it. Because even in psychology, in education psychology and so on, one of the things that they talk about in multicultural context, they talk about how different persons are able to go through these developmental phases that allow for you to, the ideal is when you become fully open and fully multicultural, I think to be the term that I understand it, fully multicultural. So you can sit in any particular context. That's difficult to do though. In our cases, it's a developmental thing, no? You can be in any cultural context and learn to appreciate it, adapt, you know, learn. You see how we talk about the food thing this now? Remind me of a situation where this village elder invited me to go get food, no? So I'm looking forward to it, as you can tell I'm somebody who like eating, right? So we go and all of a sudden it's the head of the type of bear or it's they cook it on the ground and you have to eat it with your hands and all that type of thing. Now, another ICH person I was with was clamoring to go have this experience. But when she saw it, she wanted to. I said, no, get a hold of this. You put us in this situation. You better wash your hands
and get ready.
And get ready to eat. You will have worms biting me. No, hold on. But listen to this. Of course, you don't have to, because if it's going to affect your health, don't, no? Just politely apologize. I'm going to sit here and start that thing, right? But you will have those unusual situations, right? Where you will find things like that. And then you have something that is the word scornful, something that you It's just scornful when that thing doesn't look right or something, they won't touch it. Again, you have to be mindful of that the world is real, no? So the empathy is important. As Brenda said, scratch your head. Some memory. Is there a memory that you mind?
Experience like that, like I say, I'm going from the agricultural background, and sometimes you go and like when I go to a business farm, and the farmer really give you food in his environment. You're looking around and you know that it's not the ideal thing, but sometimes you have to pick and choose whether or not you can say no. You do a fit for any person to kind of understand the person. Does it say maybe technical decline? You know they won't take it so hard, but sometimes you have to swallow it.
I want to. That's fun. Yes, I want to share with you an experience talking about how to be empathic with the culture and have empathy and you know and appreciating what the gesture and the kindness of the people. I remember that I was in China and then this person invited us to eat. And I remember being in the table and all this round table and take it. And so, wow. So I remember eating, and when I took one, I was eating something. Is this chicken? Is this fish? And when I turned around, it was a steak. It was, so is that good? Yes. The monkey's brain as well. I mean, I'm respecting that. We have to understand that we're going to a place. We have to respect what they, because they're used to it. And then I remember that he wants to invite us wine, and I knew at that moment that the wine is not very good. So I have to invent an excuse. And I had to say, sorry, but I'm taking an antibiotic because. So I mean, I don't like to lie, but at the same time, so the rest of the team who drunk the wine and they get drunk. I mean,
what do you have to say about that? From an ethical perspective.
I think that is where you have to know. No, you have to know yourself. And if you're saying that we have to appreciate diversity, I think it's also accepting the person.
Good.
Yeah. So
especially if you didn't force yourself into the situation, right? Yeah. Good. Yes, yes, Marlene.
I would just suggest that as we go out, just walk with a container and to go back. And you just say, oh, it's so lovely. I want to show it to my family. So I'll just take it with me.
Because you do have people who have sensitive stomachs, right? So, who was one thing you were going to say, and then
Always use walk with your husband.
Yeah. Oh, the pepper flavors everything. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think about Eugenia's book, Phobia, in the title, right? And I think about in Grenada, how a lot of people tend to be like averse to certain aspects of culture that is connected to Africa. So, and people have a lot of opinions and sometimes negative things to say about particular aspects of culture.
Obe is stigmatized here.
Hey.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Nobody wants to have history phobia. Okay. Now, there's also an aspect of culture that I think requires documentation. For example, the Yoruba language in Grenada. But Yoruba language in Grenada in songs that are sung, right? So Maroon culture, in spiritual Baptist culture, you would find those, you would find like words in your language and stories. But I've also noticed that sometimes with people not knowing sometimes the specific definition of something, and there's also the fact that over time, words have changed. So it has an origin, but it may change. So sometimes a song is sung by an older person, and then a young person might sing it, and they might change some of the words, and then they might pass it on to their children, and then it becomes something different.
But that's why you want to see why documentation is important. Because I've also heard another scenario where even the ones passing it don't know what the words are, right? Because they have African origin, no? African linguistic origin. All right, we wouldn't believe this, and you will. We're way behind. So let's try to move because we have a break in 10 minutes. I told Darren, that to think we're supposed to go 3, but he said, have mercy on the people of Grenada. No? We don't get so we're doing our best there. So variability is fundamental in ICH. So what that means is, use the example of song just now, right? You'll hear people like Newton say, I don't know what the hell they're talking about, they don't know what that is. Sorry, Newton, that's you, but I've heard it many times. And what that is that some communities will practice the same thing, but in slightly different variations. You hear them say, that's not how I know it. I know it like this. Now, when you're doing inventory at the national level, you will have to account for the variability of the ICH too. So when you write up your descriptions, let's say Marlene and her team are documenting oil dung in the northern part of Grenada, and Kevin and Newton and his team, they're documenting ICH in the southern oil dung in the southern part. When the two information come together, they'll say, but other people in the north do like that, right? And then they'll say, people in the south do like that. What you want to do is to account for the variability. No? That's all you're doing there.
But that's easy because then you go to breakfast in the south.
You see?
Yeah.
So
right.
you explain, that's what you explain. Good. Community-based inventory. As part of the multiple points, the ICH recognizes their key role in identification and transmission. Identification and transmission. It doesn't say as informants. You know why, right? Because you're in that phase, you're in the phase of knowledge acquisition. Then eventually where you acquire the knowledge and you're able to transmit it, right? They should be included in our work relating to ICH. We have a number of youth in here. Right? I think karaoke team, youth, male youth is like 15 to 29. 35, no. Rachel, are you under 35? Yeah, I figured. Rachel, you're under 35.
On the nail.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. We will in 7 minutes. So we're going to equip you with the knowledge and skills to design and facilitate TV guide. So a lot of the talking we've been doing already. In a way, we're behind, but we're ahead still because I'm touching on some of the things we'll be doing tailored to your circumstances. Expected learning outcomes, you'll be able to provide 1 or 2 reasons why you choose a CDA approach, community-based approach. It's sort of what is the way UNESCO designs these things is to, because some states are very centralized, and we don't realize that some states want the state apparatus to do everything, and the state apparatus to monitor everything, even what they're doing. And I won't call me states because that's in trouble. But you know, some countries are very centralized, no? Whatever goes into the media is controlled and censored and things like that. So it's trying to say here that a community-based approach is what is desirable in the context of convention. It's a decentralized mechanism. We want to be able to explain the relationship between ICH and inventory, safeguarding ICH and inventory. So the inventory is a safeguarding mechanism, right? Why? Because not only do you document, but you build relationships where you can continue to compete, and you're able to develop intervention. Some states, after you do this process, you see, you know what? Drumming is endangered in Grenada. We have to do something to make sure that the youth learn drumming, right? Particular ICH are at risk of being lost. We need to develop an intervention to ensure that that continues to survive. So you'll be able to define what CBA inventory is, referring to some principles and characteristics of this approach. You'll be able to articulate your respective and potential future role in community-based inventory processes. So each of you individually, when you leave as a trainer, you might want to ask yourself, what particular role will you play? Will you be one of those persons who will come into the trust and say, Adriana, this weekend I want to go to the deep Martinique. Do you have any programs that I can go and I want to interview so and so and so to do that sort of documentation? Are you that kind of person? Are you a person who can write? Can say the information comes in and be able to summarize it and describe it and so on. If you want to think of your particular roles, no? You want to produce a book, right? You want to write articles for the newspaper. You want to write articles for the website, posting photographs and little summaries and so on for the Facebook. You want to be the TikToker of Grenada and ICH, no? That's all I think, just think of your role. And what are they expecting of the come to do? They actually, or adapt an existing inventory framework, we don't have one, so we work on that. And then be able to explain free, plan, informed consent, how it can be obtained from the community. We already talked about that in the first workshop, but we get into details. Be able to demonstrate the capacity to apply one or more of their 5 participatory research skills. So what does that mean? You'll be able to do interviews. You'll be able to do audio recording, do some photography, do some videoing, right? Do some writing. All of these skills, all of us can master, might be able to master all. But certainly, if not all, at least one or a few of them. Be able to demonstrate an understanding of how to operate documentation equipment provided in the workshop. We're using phones. This is the first time, by the way, and we've mentioned I've been to workshops where they buy all kind of high-tech equipment. No, we don't need that anymore. We simply can use the phones, right? Be able to organize research findings in a permanent form. This is going to be a challenge for the team because like there's a model we're working with where what is documented system. The process that how are you going to categorize things? Is it searchable? How can it be organized in a way that makes sense? Right? It's a part of the challenge there. And then that's it for this section. All right. So let's take a break now.
I have a quick question.
Yes, Nadine.
When you spoke of reliability,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm thinking about safeguarding a person's integrity. So for example, in most of the religious purpose, it's hard, but it's not a speech in their words.
Yeah.
So they say, if they were going to say home, they'll say home. Now, if someone gives you a written set material, most of our own are not up to school. Do we take that religion and service as is? Or do we help correct utensils in the case of they want to talk to protect their integrity and not be seen as not being literate, so to speak?
Very good.
What if we do that predicament?
Very good question. So, in order to answer that, you have to think about outputs you want to produce. So if you're going to produce a documentary, the question will be, will the interviews be used for an international audience? If so, you'll want to have them speak in their language, and then you use subtitles as an example. So that's one way. I've heard a discussion over there. Ma'am, I'm having a brain block with your name. Please tell me again, Miss Kariaku.
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Ingrid.
Ingrid. Ingrid.
Ingrid.
All right.
Ingrid.
Sorry about that. So Miss Ingrid said something just now when Judy was talking, said, I don't know it as sap.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right. So that is also an example of where you have to know that there are variations in how it's said, and that captures the essence of it. I won't use the word authenticity. So let me say something about that word. Authenticity is not a word that's used in intangible cultural heritage. Because if it varies from person to person, from community to community, then it can't be authentic. No? It's not because it's not real, it doesn't have value. It just means that there are different expressions of it. No? So you won't want, the reason you don't do it is because you don't want conflict arising over what is authentic or not between communities, no? Yes, Ingrid.
Well, I'm not very although I wasn't born in Chicago, I spent my childhood there, I was sent there as a child. And I remember Salakan. And then I came back years later and people are calling it Sarakan. And I was wondering if it's a different thing or the same thing. So I don't know when the Sarakan happened or if it has always been, if it was an alternative or if it's
he or she was trying to steam educate. He or she was trying to steam educate.
I don't want to change it. So Sarah and Sarah and now it's just Sarah. Yeah, that's what I know.
A little bit I am calling salad.
Salad. That's how I.
But
it's Sarah.
no idea.
Oh.
Let me
deliver your hand on recording. Sometimes it is necessary to record as people speak. When you have to publish, there's nothing wrong with putting an appendix or giving two versions.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Eugenia?
I just wanted to also add that it's important to capture whoever is speaking, they don't feel that they are speaking. But then you bring out the word home, then you put a little thing and you put.
In parentheses, H.
Because that, for example, somebody is writing down or whatever, then he's writing these trees. It's how it changed or how it changed, where it's going to change. The very important is the writing and the
Good. And if you don't understand it, to ask to have it repeated. I remember I frustrated an elder in our village one time because he was using a word that I did not understand. And I kept asking him, could you say that one more time, please? Rice peas. Excuse me, sir, say one more time. Rice peas, man. You know, he's asking. I said, sir, I'm sorry, but can you say more slowly? I really don't understand. Literate or something, right? Because I hadn't heard the word any at all. And so eventually he slowed down and he said, and then I said, oh, okay. Because, and then why that is important, because sometimes these things have never been documented. You might be the first one doing it, no? So keep that in mind. All right, so let's take a break and we convene in 15 minutes. Fruits and coffee and juice and so on in the back.
And
Time is flying.
remember, the sooner you come back to the table, the sooner we can start. So if you're back in 5 minutes and everybody is here, we resume.
It's just if you can increase the temperature, you're getting chilly. I'm hot.
Who is that? Who wanted? Well, what is wrong with him? Tell him go back in England when he come out. Oh, man.
Or should I make it bigger? So what are the obligations? You know, the convention text has various articles the framework of this international UNESCO treaty. Article 12 says, and it's an obligation of the state is required to draw one or more inventories of ICH present in its territory in a manner geared towards its own situation. You're not talking about Bonaire or Brazil or Guyana. We're talking about Grenada. What's your situation? And collectively, you will know what that is. This leaves considerable leeway because you know what your situation is. However, the convention has what we call operational directives, which help you guide that process. And here are what those say. The elements should be present that you will impact and include and define and identify the participation of the community and groups concerned, as well as the relevant entities. Another question that comes up there about this, I think we had a presentation in the last meeting about ICH abroad in the diaspora. Is that person today or online? The question will be, well, let me tell you what it says rather than the question. You want to document ICH within your territory as well, primarily. Right? It doesn't mean that there aren't manifestations abroad. But countries that ratified it, it doesn't stop you from documenting ICH located abroad. But it will be a little bit more challenging for you to do because that is not your context. So you can make observations with carnival in Miami or New York and so on, but and really capture aspects that are still there. But why does suggest that you do it in the same way as you do it for your territory? Is because the conditions there are different. Prevailing conditions and contexts are different. And so you will be able to reference and see that carnival manifests itself abroad. But in terms of trying to inscribe that for say at the international community, to do. Because the host country was actually the United States. So you want to primarily deal with your territory. And which brings us to the other side of the phone. You will have immigrant ICH in your territory. You should also seek to capture that. You might have ICH and I've just been here 2 generations. Some of you might be able to identify those by talking about. The reason for that is that as your cultural landscape changes, you also want to be able to account for those changes and those ICH and those cultural landscape. No? You should try and ensure that there is the widest possible of participation in the inventory process involving communities, groups, and individuals. So I use the short CGI. Communities, groups, and individuals, CGI. It should be designed in such a way that they may continue to contribute to its safeguarding. So they don't only provide information, they become actors in its safeguarding. Normally, communities like Mr. Monty, for example, I can just picture him. I'm channeling Mr. Monty here. They have had experiences where he's been doing the work with no help. And then all of a sudden, Mr. Nkalala showed up from UNESCO. And he wants to tell Mr. Monty what to do with his thing. Mr. Monty will, if I get that story from Mr. Monty, I determine The right approach is that co-facilitate, we work with the trust, we work with the partner community to support Mr. Monty and safeguarding. The minute, and if he were to hand it over to UNESCO, you think the same as safeguarding? Think about that in a practical sense. If you were to hand it over to me to do your wild Indian and drums and so on, you think it would be safeguarded? Whether it's working here, whether it's management, there's no way, because I don't own it. It's Monday and the concerned communities, groups, and individuals concerned with that element. So you see how the dynamic works, no? In terms of this process. So communities should be involved, not only in the documentation, but also with the view toward just environment. One of the things and responsibilities of the companies you do to support us, they'll come to the Ministry of Culture. They'll come to the Ministry of Tourism. They'll go to the people in education. They'll go to, and it's always after the Sunday goes well. Gradually, allocations will be continue to support. No? This is where you want to get that. I might not be speaking realistically, but I'm telling you what you want to get to what you want to work toward, no? Where all actors are involved in building up the people. If not the people, then what do we have? It should cover ICH present in your territory. You should be regularly updating your inventory. Should be regularly updating, and therefore should be developed in such a way that it can be easily updated. So you want to have a system for that. Do you document every year? Do you go and track carnival every year? Do you go track the boat building every year? Do you do it every year? You said that you the inventory and document. Right? If it's endangered, you might want to give it attention as frequently as possible. Constantly updating the information that's available. You should not violate customer practices concerning access to the ICH and any associated places, persons, and material. You are just giving me an example that the snack table while I was filling the about this idea of customer practices and access. I think your experience was valuable there. Respect to this idea of customer practice. You mind sharing that example that you did with me in the group about the sensei how to mention?
In Vancouver, you know the sensei masquerade. The sensei masqueraders somehow. I mean, each sensei of a particular area, let's say there's the sensei of my open house, and the sensei before the costume for that year in the house, or they only come in the house. Before the carnival, they will go into wherever friends themselves, going to the house and then put them on the sensei costume. So it's a ritual cleansing before they take on the aspects of the sensei masquerader, which is something that also happens traditionally in Africa, because when you are portraying a masquerade, you are not you anymore, you are the spirit of the masquerade you portray. I think, more recently we kind of lost that spiritual, traditional aspect, but in from many of the senseis still do that.
Yes, well, thank you for that example. So you see how Eugenia was able to explain that process, give a narrative, actually able to picture in a sense what the ICH is. When you're doing that, let's say you're in that position of being able to observe this process. You should not violate customary practice, which involves you not seeing what's inside the house. You understand what I'm getting at? There are many things like that. Don't push yourself and violate customary practice. Right? You respect the boundaries, right? Let me see what's inside the house. Don't do that, right? We didn't tell you go in store, right?
With the candidates moving for the council, but at other times, they are quite willing to use process and how they make the process and so on.
Right, right. So you'll encounter things like that. Some practitioners, they don't want you to learn or know certain tricks of the trade, no? Yeah. It has this particular sound because of something that I do. When you hear that, you can do one or two things. Mr. Monty, what is that something? Mr. Monty said, well, I don't want to tell you that, but that's it. Conversation ends. But he can continue to tell you if he, that's there. Sometimes not only is it as matter. Sometimes there's that. Not just do a thing because you feel like doing it. The ancestors have to come to you in dreams, and then those persons get the instructions, and then they have to do it. But if someone else does it, it doesn't work, no? That sort of thing. So all of these sorts of things will be elements of the
Suppose you already have some information about something that happens in a particular place, and you are interviewing someone and say, I understand that X or Y happens here. Is that so? Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, that is okay.
You realize the interview of bringing that up and ask about it.
Well, that helps with the interview process. Any previous knowledge helps, no? And but it's important at the same time not to make assumptions, because you might think you understand that thing, and then you realize, oh, it's not that at all, right? But so the previous knowledge helps with you to frame approach with questioning rather than assuming, no? Right? So it should not include information element without the consent of the CGI. No? Your inventory should not have information if it doesn't come from them, but you have their consent to include it. So, for example, you have these spiritual parts of things. So I've seen in certain communities where they'll say to you, John, I'm telling you this thing because my spirit is telling me, but I don't want you to share it. I'm just telling you something. Right? So abide by it, no? Just for your own safety, right? I've had an experience, for example, where I still don't know what I experienced in a sense. They have what is called in Sudan, Japan, which is mass hypnotism, I call it, of young males, where they're overtaken by the spirit animals, the animal spirits, horses and snakes and tigers and so on. And the practitioner said to me, you can stand anywhere and go look at anything that you want up close and personal. But even then I had to decide if I wanted to do it. And you could literally see as the gong is being played and the bell is being, as it's a rhythm that's played, you can see the young men being overtaken by the spirit. And I'm there saying to myself, I wonder if anything will happen to me. But the practitioner assured me, no, nothing will happen to you. And I'm right there looking at it. And I'm looking right in the face of these young men like this, curiosity kills the cat. They're looking right in the face, and then all of a sudden, I see like it's like the facial features change. Like, what the hell am I looking at? Right? But he allowed nothing would happen. Even so, the anthropological attempts to explain it. But as practitioners, they have that particular value or knowledge that has been transferred to them that they can allow you to or not to see, no? So these are the things you might experience in your own undertaking doing ICH work, right? Even some particular churches, churches say, religion, by the way, you can't describe a religion, but certain practices associated with the religion, right? So you've heard, the people in that church catch spirit, right? Have you heard that before? You catch the spirit, catch your power, or so on, right? Unless you're a practitioner, you might not understand it, but it might be something you might find yourself involved in this sort of documentation, like that's used to inventory going forward. No? It might also not be consistent with your own religious views. You have to keep that in mind too. Because I've seen in this kind of work, people come up going to hell because that thing is from the devil. This is the sort of thing that we're told, no? But it all depends on your own belief system. So the ethics of that is in contravention of your own ethical beliefs, then don't participate, no? And so all of that are things that you have to keep in mind. Right. Yes, sir.
In a case like that, and you see it happen, tell you that you record writing what you see and explain feeling what you're doing.
Your feelings have no bearing.
So, write what you see.
Write what you see. Right. Your feelings have nothing to do with it. Right. So it's like remaining objective. Because some things I don't understand myself, I can only write what you see, no? And observe. The spiritual side of it is not for everybody. That knowledge belongs to certain people, no? That's all the thing. I don't know. I even feel there are many things I don't understand about human existence. And I think many of us have that experience. Yeah. Some people psychologists will explain it, maybe hallucination, tapping into, maybe you have a certain bias already, that sort of thing. But spiritualists and so on will see it as the invocation of the human spirit and the ancestors speaking. Encounter that, you know. Like in my country, we have people who we call, among the Garinagu people, we call these are like priests who are given that gift from the ancestors, right? And if they don't take up the gift, if they reject it, they get sick until they take it up. We have a creative pastor a few years ago, popular musician of Poland. He didn't come globally until he was an old man. But he was running away from it. He kept having these dreams. And boy, I'm telling you. So I was at his funeral, for example, and he had these group of old ladies to take care of him, right? And I come to pay my respects, but I'm keeping I call a safe distance. The lady said, "No, come. They're dragging me into the room. Come look at him and all that, you know." And I wanted to, no, and they want to show, and then they start talking about him. And the stories come forward that he had left Belize and went to Guatemala in an attempt to escape his colleague. But while in Guatemala, he ended up in a coma, and he couldn't come out of the coma. So they sent the ancestors, these women, went to get him in Guatemala, to bring him back to Belize, and it was only then that he came out of the coma, because the ancestors were telling him that he's supposed to do the work of the priest in Belize. Right? And the lady is telling me the story, right? She's telling me, and she's standing there with her eyes closed like this, and she's talking, and I'll say, oh Lord, please help me here, I don't know. Because of my own beliefs, you know.
Yep.
I'm not rejecting it, but I'm just trying to understand it, no? But the way I look at it is, they're giving me the privilege to hear this narrative, so I leave myself open to it, no? Right? And then, of course, some of these things you can't document either, right? You can't document it either, as Newton had alluded to earlier. So sometimes it's just for you. You have the benefit of having that shared, right? So inventories, look at the highlighted sections. Inventories drawn up by states do not have to employ the same definition of ICH as in the convention. Article 2.2 of the convention has definitions, no? Remember, performing arts, knowledge and expressions concerning the universe. What are the other domains? I pull them up because I'm having a brain block there. You can see it. Oral traditions, thank you. Gloria remembers them.
Traditional craftsmanship.
Beautiful, beautiful. Here it is. There they are. Gloria, thank you. Gloria is ready for the road. So that's the definition according to the convention. The question I have for you, Carol and Ezra and Angus, started a process already of identifying elements per category. The question will be, when you go into the field, this is a question you want to decide now. Will you be using these domains, or will you be using other? You can do it one or two ways. You can use this as your primary, and then use, let's say you're doing carnival, right? So do you want to, let's say you're doing carnival. Are you going to call carnival festival as a separate thing, and then calling it performing arts and social practice? Or will you call it performing arts as a primary domain, and then festivals as a secondary domain? So you want to ask yourself, what categories here in Grenada? So let's discuss that for a minute. You can decide collectively. Let's use the example of, let's have a simple example. Mr. Monty, could you tell us about your experience that you practice? Just in a few words, please. Tell us about your drumming, what you do, where you learned it, and so on.
I learned drumming right at home. Not my brother teaching me, but stealing his drum after listening really wasn't such a drum. His drum was secret. So I had to wait till he learned and follow him. Make sure Johnny got because he would be problem playing his drum. From then I started. He caught me one us, my other brothers playing, and that's when we started drumming as a group. Oh, yeah, so they pulled us together as a group. And from there, I started researching, and I said, I just want to make him my life because he was bringing, I couldn't take this, so I started making my own. drums, local drum types. But other drums from Africa, when I saw and heard African, I wanted to make that too. So as a craft person in general, I started creating my own things.
Really? So where did you go to or learn from?
I went nowhere. I was a general craft person, doing carving and doing other work at the early age, so it was still a me.
So you make the drum and play?
Yeah, I made the drum and play and tune it and prepare the skins also from fresh. I do everything. I see. So tune, making, preserving my experience with forestry. So I experienced it. I use all the different types of wood in Grenada. That is suitable for making drums.
Do they make different sounds?
Yeah, different wood have different sounds. Different hardness, you get different sound. Different shape of the drum have different sounds. Different skins have different sounds.
What kind of skin do you use?
Well, goat skin and cow skin. They rented a drum from me. So I had to ask him if he wanted a female skin or a male skin. Yeah, they are different in texture. Just as your Indians and Chinese and black skin and texture here is the same thing as you make the drum or the skins. So different skins have different sound, and it was not played at the same time in relation to our African tradition. But we don't know nothing there. But different skins are played at different time, and different skins have different sound.
How do you know what is played with?
Well, in my research, based on if it's for a wake, if it's for birds, if it's for welcoming a visitor, yeah, so different aspect of the drum.
Yeah.
You don't just play a drum as an African, as how I grew up. We just grew up going back there, take a talk in Africa. You play drum based on the intent. So different rhythms are different days for different events. So I had to learn all these things. Well, right here I'm in research. Like I'm talking to different people. What you say makes sense. People do playing drums. People call it African drums. And they know that what it know. But what you just said is the appointment. You want someone who support, whether it's for us, dance or party or whatever. And the fact that you use it based on different gender self-mission, you want to know. The only drumming classes I had was playing the djembe in particular, because the djembe was not introduced to us during slavery, because it was slaves from different countries. So they all had a different way of making their drums. But when I heard the djembe, there was a guy from Trinidad who came and did a lesson on djembe training. And the only three basic things I had to learn is the sound of the drum, where you get the sound from. And the three basic sound, the bass, the tone, and the slap. And then you have variation from the techniques that you develop on your own. So my technique developed by playing all different types of music and creating rhythms on what I hear. So I will impersonate a sax or a guitar or a tambourine. So you should be able to diverse. You should say every instrument when you listen to a song. Some people, you have to listen to the bass, you have to listen to the shaker. So you have to have good ear. I think I understood this thing because my father was a pianist, and pan and jazz was played in the house. So that kind of musical ear I developed very early. Yeah, so drumming for me was very easy. So people I didn't really learn to drum by people. I had a good ear, I listened to people, and then I improvise on it. I take it to the next level.
Let me ask you. Thank you for the question. Very good question, right? You said the djembe.
Yeah.
Do the other drums have names?
Yes, you have talking drums, you have conga, you have many different drums. So when we came to West Africa, I had to go back to study where our drumming came from slavery. So I teach history before I teach drumming. I see. So I don't just say, take a drum and play. No, no, no. You have to know the origin of the drum, the age of the drum, where the idea came from, who made it, who played, and all the different things. So drumming is not just drumming, it's a lot of stuff involved in drumming.
Interesting. Yes. Would you mind playing for us like sometime this week?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're asking these questions in an attempt to do something here. Let me ask you another question. Judy, would you be able to bring your drum as well? Okay. I'd love to. If you can, I'd love to get you together and apart, and see what happens, no?
Monty and I have a relationship.
Oh, good. Beautiful. All right. So the next question I have for you is, when you play, you also sing?
Yes.
You sing?
Yeah.
What do you sing?
I sing folk songs, you know. Yeah, different songs, any songs that I want to sing, I sing. Yeah. Basically, it's more folk songs that I'm trying to bring across to the visitors.
Okay.
Yeah.
You play for the local community, visitors?
Yeah, yes, I play for generally everybody. I play and teach a community up for the disabled. I volunteered for 8 years. Okay, good. And at the mental institution for like 20 years. I see go to my drumming. So it's like to add that drumming is therapy. There was a doctor from before the COVID to come and drum for a student with psychological problems. She wanted to use the drumming for her.
Actually, in United States, it's like a new career, and that you go through it, and it's a music therapy. So you study psychology, and at the same time, you go through the music theory and so on. So you heal by using music. Yes.
Because
the vibration.
Yes, Mr. Hopkins, Dr. came from the States one day, and she took 2 videos for 2 hours because you're not allowed to take pictures of the It's illegal, yeah. And she said the doctor told her to take the video of the movement so he can diagnose the problem. Just by the way they move and dance. Yeah. Because one of the guys, interestingly, 1 year it took me before I figured out he was deaf. You know, I just go, you know, I went to show piece of it. So every time I was playing, he would put his head on the drum. But I wouldn't stop. I would keep playing. And after he would for 20 minutes, he would get up and walk and take a dance every time. So he kept me going for years. Trying to figure out what's happened. And when I asked, they say he's deaf. Just drumming and see what happens to this guy. So vibration, yes.
Wow.
All right. So, Samonte, thank you. So now we've given the rest of the What do you do with that?
Yeah.
I don't want to realize. What do you make the drum? Some kind of skills and wood, right? I also want to speak to you about performing arts. Yeah. So remember I was talking.
So June, we have started the inventing process.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, what do we do now? Are we going to use these UNESCO domains, or are we going to call it something else? Because listening to him, is it an oral tradition? Yeah, okay. The traditional sound. Is there a performing arts component to it? Is it involve social practice and ritual? Yes. Festival too. Is there knowledge and practice concerning nature and the universe? Yes. The female skin and the is it traditional craftsmanship? Yes. Okay, good. This is exactly what you'll be doing when you'll be listening, and as the dialogue unfolds, you'll be looking at what domain. So this is one particular element that will have multiple domain manifestations. Right? What I see unfolding here in this scenario is that you might want to use these domains, and if there are other things that come up, you can add to it. Because the question came just now with the suggestion, and that is something you want to do in your description as well. Especially if the practitioner conveys an information to you, that is something you want to include in your description. And to even see if you want to create a domain, something else, a repetitive cycle for you. You could add your own domain name. For example, you can say health and health and medicine.
Therapy.
So you understand what I'm saying? So you might but you have to develop this system over time, right? As you get the experience of identifying people. Who had their hand up? One thing?
Because just naturally, drum will fix your diabetes and fix your heart. And thanks to Mr. Anderson and Mr. Peter for having me here. Because I would have loved to say, there's two doctors asked me to come to teach drumming for sick people at disabled age. Because they want to come up and teach. So we think about everything that we should do. Growing up is in Matthew. We start very Catholic Christian house. But not only Catholic, I wasn't going to do Shango. And I wonder what Shango is. We believe that when you go to Shango and you dance in London, getting the power. Yes, I don't know what it is, but I didn't know what it is. But from what we had said, there is meaning in what these people do. And yes, when the spirit takes their mind off,
yes. You know what's funny, Newton? You weren't allowed to get your heritage not using your words. No? See how things work? So I bet that has happened to many people over time. You know, when you're not allowed to do a thing, for some reason that becomes a part of your calling. One thing about thank you for that, man. You are a guy. You take our heritage for granted already.
Yes, I just want to say thank you to Monty for staying. Monty and I have worked extensively teaching children in a program in St. David. But going back to what you said about when you have a calling and the whole Shango, my grandfather and grandmother, they would be in the Shango. And so my father always kept us away from it because he says you have that in your blood. And if you go close to it, you might get the power. He just knew what may happen. And I probably would have to apologize to him because I did not stay away. When you have a path, you have a path. And so I found myself deep in the drums, very attracted to Shango and Baptist and finding myself there. And it just brings alive something in me. So the culture and your heritage and your calling is not something you can escape. And it just follows you wherever you go. So what has to be will be.
You can't escape your calling.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, in terms of the drumming connected with other aspects of culture, is also important, right?
traditional job that you have done. Right? Writing then you have been doing what we have been doing. And I suppose it's all different. Every instance. You follow people. And all that, and calling out people, sacrificing people.
So what you would do with that is, when you write the description, you will say that the drum is also used in particular situations, context, and so on, no? Right?
You see, I just wanted to emphasize something that Nigel raised, Mr. Ensalada raised in the whole thing about domains. Domain, because when we create the output from this would be a database. We want to be able to tag all a particular item with all the different possible categories it could fall under, so that students who are doing research, whatever they type in, they're going to still come right back to that drum, because there were at least 7 or 8 categories or domains that it could come under. So the tagging of these things, just have your mind free. Don't think that something only has one category, so that it helps us to enrich the value of the database. Okay.
Some other job. Thematic. We have German during the dry season. We have Joe.
Yeah. I speak. I guess that must be a storytelling. You want to define I speak? What is I speak?
The high
Oh, the high speak. I thought it was I speak. Yeah.
I'm beginning to wonder that idea of regional ICH or African thing of either African or indigenous origin.
On the high speak, so they go
The
on
high speak. Yeah.
Ask the question to us. You spoke about your farming and there's something called intergenerational transmission. So it's just, generational traits and abilities passed on. The question I have to ask is, in doing our inventory, God forbid we find someone who's describing a cultural practice that actually discover it's possibly illegal, detrimental to a person's health, something like that. What do we do with that piece of information? As a mandatory reporter.
Say the last part.
I said, for me, who is also a mandatory reporter.
Yeah. You have to disclose.
Give me a scenario.
I'm hoping now, but I'm just seeing possible things. You understand?
Give us specific scenario. Let's see. Yeah.
Right, like for example, the use of marijuana.
Yeah, that's
or on the something to do with the kids on the age and they think that's a way of breaking them all. It's like
give me an example. Give me an example.
But I just thought of what if I get that? What would I do? Okay, so let's say, like in the Rastafari tradition, let's say in the Rastafari tradition, we go to an Ayagini tabernacle and marijuana is being used. But because you're a stranger, there are certain things you may not be allowed to see. Because people do know that certain things they should have been something see that, but if you go to an area in tabernacle, has not been to see that. But
it's a tough one. Well, I'll tell you something.
Wait.
Yes, go ahead.
Psychological perspective or culture or disclosure of detrimental facts. I think law aside, it's something you know, but it's not really common want to verify that it's addressed to somebody's life. So for example, if we observe that operations for festival that letting them person is
Good. All right. So let me say something about that. So because it's an international
okay, let's say you go to the Black Superior community as a minority in Sullivan, and report them, and the police raid the place and all this, then that community will no longer want to welcome because they know. And then they may even spread word to other people where don't trust these people and them because look what happened to us, it could happen to you. And then they may eventually shut off everybody and they would not achieve. You know, so you have to kind of balance.
Yeah, the balance.
Balance is difficult.
I would say practice good judgment. No? Don't go surf and snake, so to speak. One of the things I'll tell you, let's say you want to do that though. You can ask the community to describe what aspects of their culture in their own words. Right? You don't have to go there to look. I want to catch them smoking marijuana. You know.
Well, look, I have a question for you, for UNESCO, because medical doctors can treat any side in a war. It's not a political thing. Journalists can go and interview anybody, including terrorists. So what protection is there for ICH practitioners? Because we should be free to go in there and get to the truth, and it's nothing to do with the politics or the law of the land.
The truth, if you're allowed to get the truth.
Yeah.
If there are barriers, then that's it. Even with journalists, no?
Yeah. No, but
and you do realize this. Let's take what you realize that many journalists are killed every year, right?
Yeah.
So you do have, it's a tight, you'll see an image short there, tight rope.
Yeah.
But don't, as a rule, don't go in danger of lives over.
No.
You understand? Practice good judgment. If it's not aligned with your belief, stay away. If you're interested in learning about drumming, go learn it. If you're interested in learning about Canada, go learn it. But don't put yourself in a situation where you are endangering yourself and others, no? But if you come across human rights violations, then you have to.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, last week, there was a journalist wrote a story years ago. Thankfully, but this because hopefully that, and I'm saying that she had one level of everybody. There are people funny music,
So, does everyone have a piece of white paper in front of you? Could you pass around some of that paper if you don't have a notebook, please? Test time. When was the last time you took your CXC exam? Yes, Maria. Yeah.
A badge or something.
Good. Maria is taking us where we want to go. So that's exactly what we're going to do now. So if you look at the screen, you need to recall Monty's responses to the description of the ICA. So write as quickly as you can a response from 1.1 to 1.5 based on Monty's description. What's the name of the element? You don't have to be correct. You just want to write based on what you heard, no? 1 minute per 1 point. Oh, thank you. 1 minute. Don't ask Monty anything right now, because I would be tempted to go ask him. Go based on what you heard. You want to make it bigger? Nadine and Norris, please don't copy from Monty. Distribution frequency, meaning where it's practiced and why. One point five is where the challenge is. Which one? No more than two. No, it could be two. No, can't be two. There's a big difference between 2 and 200. Because imagine teacher Rachel teaching this to her children and describing to her in two, to them in two. You already gave the information. Yeah. You're going to check to see right now if they're correct. going forward in the system, we want at least a few of you to master this particular skill, no? Putting in the words black and white. So you'll find out, once they gave us that description, we didn't ask him all of these things specifically, but some of the information we shared with us, This, when you put your groups, your interviewing and documentation teams together, you will have people who might write, listen and write at the same time. Then you need someone who's just writing, But the person who's listening and writing, even if you're missing something, that other person might have information on that list. JD, you ready? Two. Yeah, we can see where the hands, but don't worry, we'll escape. We're doing multiple things at the same time. Imagine that telephone training. Never thought I'd hear the thing. get started anyway. You can either volunteer or volunteer you. Which one do you prefer?
I had no idea.
We are volunteer. So Peter, let's go with 1.1. You know, when I was in school, you know, especially in math class, you know, everybody afraid of math. So what I do, the easier problems come first, right? So the teacher asks a question, I always raise my hand. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, the best way to learn is to know what you did know.
Yeah.
So I would say drum making, training, and playing.
From making, training, and playing. Okay, what did you have, Nadina? Drumming. JD? Drumming. Maria? What did you have? Drumming. Eugenia? Same thing? Drumming. Anybody had something different?
I added
Traditional African drumming. Interesting. Now it's getting interesting. Marlene?
I have drumming craftsmanship and history.
Drumming craftsmanship and history. Interesting, interesting, interesting.
I had drumming art form.
Drumming art form. You guys are going to have a nice time, I can tell. Here's what you'll have to do. You'll want to set up a sort of, this is what will happen when you go inventory. There are two ways to approach it. You'll see different people come with different titles, but here is how you solve them. Mr. Monty, of all that you've heard, what is the best way to describe what it is you've done? And repeat it again.
You're making, training, and playing.
Marlene?
Drumming craftsmanship and history.
Rachel? Nadina? Drumming art. Which is it according to?
No, it's description.
Go ahead. I added African too. Making and playing African. Making and playing it. So which is it best describes your element?
I think Marlene, and I what Marlene said.
Marlene said, say yours again.
Drumming craftsmanship and history.
But does the craftsmanship capture the playing of it? It captures the making.
Drumming.
Does it capture
It
the
is drumming.
playing?
So it's three, drumming, craftsmanship, and history.
Drumming, craftsmanship. Oh, drumming is the play. So what they do to address this kind of thing, some states set up what you call ICH committees or networks. So once information is compiled, they take it and look at it, and based on the descriptions that are there, come up with these titles. No? But you see the deliberation that will have to happen. No? So based on what I heard, though, the craftsmanship, the playing are two elements you want to, two aspects that you want to consider. So the question would be whether African, if that's, you want to include that African concept or emphasis, no?
Yeah.
But that will depend on how you perceive what the element is you're describing, no? All right, so 1.2, short informative title of the ICH, including an indication of the domains concerned. Ingrid, what you have for that?
But I think that the wider perspective of what described the activity under the drawings.
Okay, good. So one way to do it then, you say Grenadian drumming. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud. You have to decide this. Is it Grenadian drumming, African drumming, Just drumming on a whole Caribbean drumming, you want to expand it that far? That's your name of it. Notice as used by community concerned, right? This is critical. The short informative title, including indication of the ICH domain. Right? What did you have? Yes, go ahead.
When I'm teaching, I teach our traditional drumming. I also teach African drumming. I also teach drumming to different types of music.
Interesting.
Somebody, because growing up, people see a drum as nothing, but a drummer is a professional. So when I don't teach you, you shouldn't work with any band. Normally, you just go and just drum for a drumming group or dance group. But a drummer, you take it to the next level. You teach people. Basically, they want. I go to an advanced class where I teach people to play to music. So I'm not just African, I'm not just Grenadian or Caribbean. So I'm teaching the way. There's an experience I went to a couple of years ago. A gentleman saw my drum at Trinidadian at a restaurant. He said, I want you to come and play. I said, come and play. So he expected me to come and play with a group I don't know. But just three of us, a pianist, a guitarist, and myself. So I went in there, and because of my musical experience, any song they played, I was able to play as we practiced for years.
Okay.
So when he finished, he didn't pay me. I said, you didn't pay me. He said, I won't pay you, wrong guy. But anyway, I won't pay you a wrong guy because them guys never offered me no money. So I will pay you a wrong guy. Whatever I want you to do for me, whenever you come back to the stage, I don't want you to play with the band. So put your music on your laptop, the system, and you play to the music. Because you realize I was a versatile drummer. If I was just a dancer playing dance and so on, I could not play to the music. So I was versatile in my drumming. I was able to play any music. So I need a company.
Okay, so we have a problem here.
Yes. So
I'm
gonna
cut off point.
So that's where I'm facing up face this type of issue. That which criteria we're using in order to decide if we are using a particular ICH element that he performs rather than the overall picture of it. So by doing that, then we again, when we began this workshop, the first workshop, then that where is my objectivity as subject, versus what I'm thinking it is more valuable to document rather than instead of others. So where.
You know, if we are doing this in real time, that paper that we have, I'd be scratching every minute.
Yeah.
I know, but and this is why you have to spend time revisiting the audio recordings too. Andrea, how would you address this issue that we have emerging here with respect to the multiple things that Monty does with drumming?
Somebody that really gets the African drumming, as used by
Did he say that? Did he say African though?
No.
And this is what, and you want to probe further on that, right? I'm not saying that it shouldn't, I'm just saying. Yes.
I couldn't think of the types that had drumming.
Beautiful, and it's associated.
Aspects of
Good. it's important for you to know. But so you hear how she addressed that? The drumming, traditional / African drumming, and associated what? Because you didn't know what to put. Associated skills, maybe? Associated skills. So that's one way to deal with that.
And knowledge, I would say, knowledge, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Go up, John, and put your hands up. Don't be afraid. Go ahead, Julian.
I have a question because he says he does African drumming, but which he's able to do because he did extensive research in that area. But I am wondering if that aspect of it is actually our culture. In terms of, well, yes, our ancestors came from Africa, but he said there's a Grenadian style drumming.
Exactly.
And then the African style drumming, which he knows because he traveled and did this research. So he learned that art form as a professional drummer. But in terms of ICH, can you think that it's the African drumming component? Is it truly a Grenadian thing, or how do we differentiate?
The response, yes.
When I'm doing a session, I primarily teach about Grenadian drumming. But if people want to take it to the next level, then I will incorporate some African, some versatile drumming techniques, but emphasizing basic.
Okay.
Right. No,
Oh boy.
No, in Grenada, there was a multiplicity of people coming to Grenada.
Yes.
So you had the French, the English.
Yeah, exactly.
So we have a wide cross section of people coming. For example, the Medina Caribbean. Okay. Then you have the Igbo, the Ashanti. So different people coming from Africa to Grenada.
That's right.
So the main drumming that the Grenadians learned while the slaves were here, that is what we emphasis on. If you want further drumming, but
so is that a tribe?
Can we say with certainty that what is being done, what is being done, any relationship?
Yes. Is there any relationship? Is there? Serious? Okay, so good. Listen to this.
Sorry, people, sorry.
So what will have to happen? People like Newton and other heritage specialists will know that there's an African influence, no? But if the practitioner is saying that it's Grenadian traditional drumming, that's fine. But what I would encourage you to do is that in the description of the element, you emphasize the African origin.
Right.
You emphasize. But if you want, but to say African traditional drumming, you could do that. But the question would be, is there enough evidence to show a direct lineage? Like, for example, the djembe. The djembe is almost a universal drum out of West Africa, now that's used in most of the Caribbean. But would you be able to say that the rhythms and so on that go with it have directly African, or have there been creative processes that has allowed the way it's played to change, no? And take on a Grenadian character for argument's sake. Exactly. Right? So I'm not sure, right?
You're right, it's a good point. Because most Grenadians play djembe to Grenadian rhythm. To the rhythm that is on Grenada. Djembe has 300 other rhythms that we don't know about either, because we were never trained in that. So djembe is used to play the different rhythms of Grenada. The djembe is not the traditional drum of Grenada.
What's the traditional drum of Grenada?
Well, it's a rhythm we use earwood drum and gugu. We call them trees. That's really what we use. Both bowls are not. We use djembe is tuned with strings.
Darren, right now? Thank you, Monte. We had, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I get the essence of what you did there. You attach that, oh, this is new to me, right? But that would be a good title for a documentary. The untold story of Grenada drumming, right? But in this case, you want to do more of an objective description. Andrea, say your one again. Skills, right? That's skills or expressions, right? Then you could even, but you'll have to decide. Now I can't tell you. And then the title, you might want to go with drumming. What's the name? What was the title you gave there? Marlene?
Oh, I'm so sorry, I got tracked there. Craftsmanship and history.
Okay, good. So that could be your title. The short heritage history or tradition. Right. Okay. Okay.
I just said that because he says he teaches the history of I don't know. That's
No,
just
but that's fine. You could discuss it. Right. That's fine. What did you say? Drumming culture in Grenada. Of Grenada. Just drumming culture as a title. Yeah. I see.
Culture covers it. Right.
Drumming culture. You know what? You have to, when they're deliberating this information, you have to sit there. That's so important.
I just want to.
Yes, sorry. Go ahead.
Look, I was just thinking of comparing drumming with food, because you have Caribbean food. It's influenced by many things, and drumming in the region is heavily influenced by Africa, whether it's salsa, Brazilian, or thing, but it's Caribbean drumming. So I think, and we could go as defined as saying Grenadian, because it's different to Trinidad. Trinidad has a lot of Indian with the Jose drumming and so. But I think Caribbean would be a good, we shouldn't just say drumming because it's too general.
You know something, I'll tell you one of the debates in the region, right? One of the debates that's emerging is in African consciousness awakening. There's this push in the region to re-engage our African heritage, no? And so some people would say that you need to include the African descriptor in the title, right? Some people would go that far. But then the other school of thought is, and I've heard from other practitioners, would say that, yes, our ancestors came as enslaved persons, but the heritage that we inherited emerged in the Caribbean, in this physical geographic space, which has origin, but because it was in this space, it took on a slightly different characteristics. Yes. Hence the reason why people want to say Grenadian or Caribbean or so on, not to downplay the African side. So there are two schools of thought, but you will have to decide what school of thought you want to adopt collectively, no? So I can't tell you that. That's something that you will have to deliberate among yourselves. Yes, Newton.
My district is very close to one monitor state. And that means through that district. It's to the cadets. We know this. All they're doing is playing American matching the drum. That's what they're talking about. Nothing else. Somehow or the other, we get the kind of
different types. This drum corps is different. It's different type of drumming. Yeah, but the different types of drumming. Just based on what you were saying there, Nigel,
So you might want to
Afro-Canadian drumming, craftsmanship, and heritage.
Spend hours in that.
Yeah, that's right.
That is
You have to say Afro. Afro-Caribbean or Afro-Grenadian?
Afro-Grenadian.
Yes, yes.
Just to say something.
I give
go
up.
for Grenadian drumming because you might find different styles of Grenadian drumming. That's Monty's unique style. Which someone else might, another drummer might be different. And
You have a community of drummers here?
But they're consistent.
Tivoli.
And they do similar rhythms.
Good. Good.
Similar rhythms.
So I was getting carried away with Monty.
Yeah.
Which is fine. But you recognize that this is a much broader. So what you want to do is to deliberately set out to inventory the landscape of drumming. Then you can reconvene with that. And then that's how you will decide. You see what has to happen, right? This is so. But the beauty of it, we had one debate over Monty, and he's sitting right in the room, right?
Can we have more than one and then we have the actual as the Italian food, actual that is my husband done, I think
You don't have a high school that's running this thing.
In the Indian communities.
Coming. Okay, good. So Peter is giving us. You see how? You see it? Rachel, you hear it? So maybe the title for drumming will be drumming tradition and expression, and then you will have the variations thereof underneath. Good. And a description for each. Practitioners for each, communities for each.
Yeah.
I listen to all that he said and I say, okay, I'm going to put that on the traditional, the making of the drums and the skins and all that on the traditional craftsmanship. When you're talking about the songs and the chants that you do, I'm putting that on the oral traditions. When you're talking about what you do, the dance, so that goes on the performance. Just listening to you, I'm putting
So you see, that's a glimpse into the process you will undertake. You see it?
Yeah.
That's a glimpse into the process you will undertake. Now, let's do 1.3 so we can move through. Can we have some more to do on time? It's quickly. 1.3, communities concerned. Grenada and Carriacou. Monty, tell us, you help us with 1.3.
Yeah, I went to Carriacou to teach them the belly dance of Grenada because the dance in Carriacou.
Where do you drum generally? Where do you drum?
It's all over the place, but we all about. Yes. Drum at the cruise ship terminal for the visitors at the airport, at Sandals, at the museum.
So,
River Sally, I went from River Sally, I drove from River Sally. I used to drum from River Sally for. I drum from Sylvester Town, so the whole of it.
So the community is concerned. So the community concerned, let's start with this guy. In this case, 1.3 Monty, we want where is Monty from?
St. George.
Let's start there. Right? But by the time okay, guys. By the time you document the variations, you have different communities concerned, no? Then the physical distribution will be Grenada, Carriacou, then you start to get to more specific places, you know, perform at so on. Where you listed a number of places just now.
The airport.
So
the museum.
Okay, so this is looking at the distribution frequency. So there you can reference perform by invitation at particular locations, no?
On a special occasion.
Special occasion.
But I have a question about that. Is where it forms or where it is the origin of that ICH elements?
Not only the origin, because you want to get a sense of its distribution. Okay. You want to get a sense of that as well. So, yes.
What are you talking about? Remember in the first workshop, we spoke a lot about when the commercialization started creeping in. And there is something on saying that has element.
Is it over commercialized?
Well, no, today. Over 20 years I don't put nothing. Drummers never did anything. Drummer was never respected. The only time I really started to get money, you said, well, I was my brothers and I were national drummers of the revolution government. The government had bought all drummers together from over Grenada, and my brothers were chosen, but we were not paid salary. And for all the other groups that we played for, we didn't get money. So when I met Ricardo Keys Douglas, so Monty, you are a professional, you have to pay me money. There's a certain so far, is there within the instructions categorization that you can talk about elements and subdivision? Can we then go to some of those things? The title is drumming, and do we give separate heading?
Right, that's exactly what we said just.
Where there were 7 houses. 3 of the houses, what we know, what we no longer call Indian, right? And we were one of the Indian houses every Friday night. So that the drum, and that has crept in to the then call it that within the community. So you can mix there of what comes from the African, what comes from how we deal with that in the gap. This is why I said earlier.
That's like Caribbean.
One, you're looking at small little thing is what's involved in making of them. So the general heading is drumming, and you give
traditional.
The variations. Peter, could you repeat what you said for the benefit of everybody again in terms of the broader approach you were suggesting, in terms of the broader title?
Oh, yes, yes. Drumming, tradition, and expression.
As the main title, and then the variations thereof as per the community as 1.2. So similar to what you're suggesting. Brenda, could you read 1.5? You're summary 1.5 for us, please. Put Brenda on the spot. Give her the hardest one.
Don't worry, you're gonna eat just now.
Various processes that involves the consideration of time, place, choice of materials such as the skin use, variety of material, texture, feel, also the various types of food, and its consistency that we have this and the texture, the total design of the drums are all important aspects. The tone and type of music for various activities is different based on that's going to explain where it's appreciated or its location. Drumming is used as a source of therapy and certain diagnoses at the same time. So there's a lot of different aspects. I thought this was about and I'm trying to
Okay, very good. Very good. Thank you. Judy, tell us what you have, please.
Before Monty teaches drawing, teaches history. How we bring to drums, preparing skills from it. We know creating from the drums. There are different types of drums for different purposes. Drums include birthday, celebration of birth. There's like healing therapy, complement to drums, that regulate the heartbeat. You also have to do with emotional trauma and vibration of the drum can have the healing. Based on the shape of the drum or the type of scale, the sound, everything will be different. There are talking drums, jimmy, folk drums. First one for other function of pretty much like drawing out brothers, getting away with brothers drum. He listened to China Jazz, he played at home and was able to improvise the sound of their instruments or playing.
Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm already in progress.
Yeah.
I say I'm telling you, one second, Peter, so we get to. We are only halfway through.
Oh God.
Look at the time. Anyhow, not to worry too much. Tomorrow we'll have to try and speed it up a bit, but you have a homework today. Day 4, just to show you how systematic this thing is. You'll get this in an email as the day ends. Look at, huh? Yes, this was sent before.
Yes, for those who attend the first workshop, yes, you have that inventory form, but we were gonna send it to everybody in the new.
So I want you to look at the form and just quickly fill out the relation. Characteristics of the element. Practitioners, performers directly involved. Just use Monte though. Don't worry about the rest of Grenada right now, because that's like impossible to do overnight. Other people in the community who are less directly involved or who contribute to the practice of the element or facilitate its practice and transmission. The language or languages, or language registers involved. Let me ask you something. When you interview Monty, will you talk to him in English or some other language? Is there like a kind of thing? Like there's something Monty will play that thing like, is there some kind of language? How would you do? Yes.
Definitely. Local talk.
Okay, Monty, how would you respond? Like if let me see. Like if Mr. Newton showed up to interview, what would you? Would you be speaking English Here's the challenge for you doing the recording. challenge to you is, what do you write your responses in? I advise you to write it in English. No? Yes. Unless there is a term with terminology, make sure you write it down, because you'll be using multiple ways of collecting information. You'll be listening, recording, writing, and even video. So all of those tools together will help you to triangulate and refine what summaries you end up writing finally, no? In your publications, your books, and so on. That's exactly what we're collecting here. The materials that will show up in your school books is what we'll be documenting. Right?
Just to show you how clear.
You need it Creole English? You need it English? English? So this is now, you want to look at this. Look at three, please. Are they, this is critical when deciding on how you treat these elements. Are there safeguarding measures already in place? Be sure to cite those. Like the Ministry of Education inviting you to go over to curriculum, that's a safeguarding measure, right? That they can identify those.
Safeguarding measures.
Yes, precisely. Very good. And that's
Is it possible, I say impossible to get skill to do my drums? I have over 20 drums to cover and I can't get skill.
You see?
Yeah,
that's a trick.
Just a comment here, because the drumming accompanies other aspects of our culture. And as they die, the need or the request for the drumming dies. So for example, the other things like praise and salaka, saraka, whatever it is, these things that are enriched or enhanced by the traditional drums, that's the death of those is a threat.
Yes.
To him.
Will there be a final report? So the point that I just made can be made in the final
threats, yeah.
In terms of this exercise, education purpose, or when the time, yes.
There has to be
yes. So each phase we have to report. There's different the progress report, and at the end it will be a final report. But you explain all the findings by phases, but at the end it will be yes.
Okay, and then I wanted to look finally at references. So I think it was Eugenia having Julie pointed out that she has a book on Obia and racism. So those become some references that you use. But so those can become starting points for you to engage. There might be existing short videos on the internet. There might be short notes that have been written in articles. Those are the things that you can reference there. But it doesn't mean that you go out and do a PhD research. No, that's not it. You just want to identify the type of materials that are out there that can help you prepare to do the field inventory.
The research that he says he would have done, can we use that as the references? There.
Who's that?
He would have done his own research. So can we use the person's own?
If he's able to point them out to you, for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, here's what I'll do for tonight.
Okay, sorry. Before last week, I never heard of what you were president of the Shakespeare House. I'm going to the Shakespeare House. So, me and his course, I went home, and do you know, everything I saw on Google was photographs used by our tourist board, taken by visitors. That's called a tourist company.
The previous workshop that was participated by Margaret Snack, she was a consultation agency that GTA hired to conduct the Shakespeare's March documentation. So she shared with us that information. I'm not justifying it, I do agree with you. So one of the major concerns that we are raising up from, that we have detected as a group, is how will we communicate the ICH, the documentation, the previous work, the previous initiatives, and we do it. We publish it, and everybody can have access to it. So we, as a part of the third of the team, is expected to build up a platform where it will be visible and can be accessed to everybody. But it's a very hard point because it involves a lot of research. And at the same time, the funds for these projects are limited. So we have to play with that. And with the experts that we have here, that already have certain type of information and projects, has Margaret not share with us. So yes, we do agree with you. So that is one of our major challenges.
You know, there's an opportunity for synergy here with tourism. If the tourism people are involved directly, the photographs that come out of the documentation process can also filter into the tourism sector in exchange for the tourism sector.
So I have to say, it's not surprising that it doesn't know, because if I'm thinking back at my school days, whether primary, secondary, we were not taught any of those things, like about Shakespeare, Mass, Marine festivals, any aspect of our culture we were not taught in school. I learned of those things later on as an adult, you know. So maybe 10 years ago, I probably learned some.
No, I'm just sorry. I just remember something Sonita said at the start. He said that, you know, he's surprised to hear that Caracas don't know much about Grenada.
Yeah. I like to see.
He knows about Caracas. Shakespeare Mass has been one of our main ICH elements, and what so going on, and I was like,
Not a lot. I thought the same thing.
Bottom line, I'm an educator. I'm also born and bred Grenadian. I didn't do a degree in history, but I know a lot of this. And right now I'm working on, I don't think we're going to have near possible Grenadian history. So those things mean a lot to me.
but for us in Caracas, Shakespeare Mass has been a component.
Yeah,
So much of the Caracas.
Eugenia?
Okay, just on the question of the references and so on, the JSTOR website. Has tons of information. And I would say, especially on schools, the system and so on, a lot of the academic programs when it comes to the Grenada, right, for mass play on campus. So there's plenty of information available on JSTOR because staff are on an exam articles and
yeah.
JSTOR is our free access.
Yeah. The first 100.
What you could do is have one subscription out of the GNT that the team can access. No?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, so what we'll do, guys, I will send you Adriana will send you the presentations, and for tomorrow, just read in advance the presentation on free, prior, and informed consent and the ethics of inventory. They're very easy, light reading. So, and then we'll start there tomorrow with the discussion, and then we'll proceed. You start working with the phone tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need a volunteer.
Bring your phones too.
Yes. We need a volunteer for the recap of tomorrow.
Yes.
So who wants to do that? We should ask the back.
Recap.
You want to ask someone?
Prepared. No. All right. Order. That's right, Mr. Speaker.
Took up a lot of time.
That's right.
And since we have been having there is a very short way we can do that summary of the
Judy, just to highlight the basics of today, some of the key points in 5 minutes. I think you can do that for us tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow.
All right. Tomorrow is the longest day because we have the telephone use training added, and we want to get everything done before lunch. So the earlier we can start, the better. Now we set 8:30 because we figure people, instead of 8, because we figure, well, all right, 8:30 is doable, but it has to be 8:30. In fact, maybe we should change it to 8 for tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, no. But that is why we made it 8:30. Yeah. I know. I know.
Unless we agree that maybe if we
8:30. 8:30 sharp.
8:30 sharp.
Yes. Judy say how about tomorrow morning, 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah. The restaurants, there's a specific area for us, tables set up, and we are eating together.
And the meals are very nice here, so you don't want to miss it, please. And we don't want you fainting on the way to the main road. So.
Guys, have a nice day. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Is that building? Right.
ICA coordinator, you are here. ICA coordinator, Andrea, Maureen, and here. We're having a conversation with them anytime they are having lunch.
Over there? Where? When?
There.
Okay.
Okay. If
Where the
you would like,
blind?
I mean, stay. Not have to set up. That's fine.
About